All right, good evening and welcome. So it is, what is it? Is it Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. We've come to the point where this is less of a gaming accessory and more of a hair accessory. That's the sad state. So it's more like a hairband and than it is needed to listen to the game sound. I mean, it does also serve that purpose, but I think the primary purpose is just to keep this thing under control. Yeah, it's a sad world. Good evening, everyone. Um, Thank you, Seapulse. Thank you, and welcome to the people who are new and old, and veterans or newbies or whatever we want to go. Just have to tell to Bornholm we have more or less open now. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I could also just pay for my hairdresser to come out and cut my hair, or I could do it myself. But I think it's better just to complain about it and hope it gets better by itself. That's kind of how problems usually solve, right? Hello, Venomuk. Good evening. So, yeah, things are gonna be a bit. What is a Yeah, so things are going to be a bit different. Well, not different from last time, but we are going to be doing a couple of things at the same time in this playthrough. So we are going to switch between a test world where we can just instantly build and just do some designs, and our game world where we are constrained by some realities here. So what I want to do today is actually something that I have seen long time ago, and I saw a screenshot of it. So I want to rebuild it because it's something I really want, and it might be something we can use for a masterclass. It's basically, it's not really going to work for this series because I have to be more UPS constrained on my builds, but it's something I think will be really useful for everyone who hates doing expansions. And the idea is that I want to make something so that you have a blueprint that's tileable, and then you can just stamp it down on a mining field. So I think we're going to test trying to do that. I think that's going to be a fun challenge, and a little intermezzo from sort of the just mind-numbing frustration of the build. So it's just going to be a bit of something else that I want to do. I don't know if it takes half an hour or it takes 3 hours, but I kind of think it's going to be a fun thing, and this might be useful. I might do a little masterclass on it. So, and then we'll sort of also go back to our test world and complete a full-scale test of the red science build, a red circuit build we did last time, or we started doing last time. It works in small scale, but there are still some things that we want to see it with everything moving and multiple trains, and just really see it in full scale before we just take the blueprint and stamp it into our own base. There's a lot of work to do there as well. So that's the plan for tonight. I hope that you want to join me for that little quest. Actually, I think I'll change the title just because I think I want to do the other thing. It's just more of a spontaneous thing I want to do. How did you do your combinators? I can't. Like this, and then back again. I didn't use combinators much in... I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean like my display thing? Because then there is a... Pretty sure there's a masterclass for it, or at least a tutorial on it somewhere on my channel. If that's it, or I mean by trains, because I think I used logistics train network. Also remember that it's 0.17. It's like 2 years ago, so I can't remember something as intricate as how did I do my combinators. For the train request, okay, then I can say I used logistics train network, and I have at least 2 tutorials on it on my channel about that. So I used logistics train network, the mod. So I wouldn't use that now. I would use the new limit train functionality in 1.1. So yeah. Taliban mining out. There. Just change the title. There we go. That was a great addition. It's still a very good addition. It's just really nice that they've actually taken the sort of the I wouldn't say the feature, the functionality, but they have solved the problem that it was mainly addressing. The main point it was addressing was designing a many-to-many train network. And yes, it could be done with a lot of circuit magic, but it was not fun, and it was just basically more programming than gaming. So so it was good that they changed it so that it's now something you can easily implement. Yeah, I don't think you need it anymore. Not for that. You can need it for other things, like it's neat in terms of just having a common place where you fuel your trains, or having the commands that display what the trains are doing. That's also really neat in your base, but not as in solving many-to-many train networks. You don't need it. Good evening, Cerulean. Good evening, Garfoy. All right, so let's jump to the game. Boop. Let's see if it works. Ah, it did. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, and I think I have all my overlays up and running. We can unpause this, not that it matters, but then the music might start. So this is our base as it is right now. I have added a few of the hype trains. Barthak out here has extended his domain. Timbo has extended his domain, and then Caster has requested put them in where they are most annoying for Timbo. So that's probably right here. And then Julian has also extended his magnificent massive domain, and Lorenzo has extended up here. So that's for a couple of days, and then we're all caught up. That's very nice. Good evening, PJTR, and good evening, Bartek. Someone was, Lucio Ghosty was thanking you for the gift sub earlier, probably before you showed up. So while we are in this space, we can also just continue the expansion of this part. Do I want to take it like one up? I don't know. Maybe I'll do. Maybe just because why not? Yeah, so we can do this one here. Huh, no sound. Paste, 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 paste. There. Good. And do we have trains? Still has 68,000. So that's pretty good. You're right, Totem. You're right, Totem. Hug it, David. I do very much appreciate all the support that you're giving me here in the community. It is very nice, very generous. Oh, hey, Justin Nasty. Thank you for the 8 months. Good to see you over here on Twitch. Again. All right, so my intention is I want to find a location. Let's do this one. I actually want to do this one. This is going to be our test sample thing. Cool. That's also pretty close. All right, so the idea is a Okarot, maybe, or maybe it's Ocho. I don't know. But welcome. All right, so I have a plan. Hey, Bartek, thank you for the 3. Wow, just 19 away from a new badge. Whew, crazy. Let's do this one. I did like the random 27 I had. All right, but it's probably going to change anyway. Right, so my intention is that I want something. Right? Well, I want something. And wouldn't it be cool if I could just take a blueprint and then go over a base like this and just go stamp, 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 stamp. And then it would build all I need. But not only that, it would also like gather it in here into some kind of trains. That's kind of the idea. And so we'll build it like the basic thing, and then I'm pretty sure that as we build it, I will realize that there are some kinks and quirks that are just not really going to be easy to do. So let me just get one of my blueprints. We're doing something that's completely unrelated to this base, but we're doing it here because it'll also just give us a chance to do that one, and it'll give us a chance to work in this this base as well. Let's see. Yeah, I should have a blueprint for efficient train and unloading. There, train stations. There. Is that a loading train? No, it's an unloading. Why did I not call them loading and unloading? That's a loading. I'll do this, except not really. And then I think I want to move it up here. Oh yeah. Invalid train positioning. I have to remove these first. Now it can do it. And then I of course have to take all of this out and just make it one go one back. All right. Okay. So train comes in here and goes out there. Let's try to build it as small as possible. So the idea here is, can I this. Match this one up with these, and I'm probably going to, yeah, you know what? I do have one of these that I can copy. Nope. This one. This one is still red. Huh. This one is blue. Yes. So if anyone has no idea what this guy is rambling about and what the hell he's doing, by all means, just say it, because it's something that's been sort of circling in my mind for a bit, and it might make sense in my mind, but not in outside of my mind. That is not correct. And what was that? Hey, Seki202, thank you. Welcome. Won't you need an end-to-M splitter this way, or I'm going to do 8 lanes at most? No, the idea is that I want to build it as big as I need to. And I will then make it sort of there. Another one, right? So this one will be, I'll merge this into a, yeah, something like this. Okay, something like this. Let's get our new balancer. There, lane balancer. Then I take this one. And then that basically should be, yeah, okay. So it doesn't quite work like this. There. Okay. Hello, X-Boy. Would it make sense to cheat in a fake patch in creative mode? Yes, I'll do that later on. Especially that should be one off. Absolutely. All right, so the intention is that I want to make something like this that is then tileable as many times as I want. So I can just go stamp, 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 stamp on top of each other. The question is just, do I want to grab 4 lanes together, or do I want to grab 2 lanes together? I think I want to grab 4 lanes, because 4 lanes, yeah, 4 lanes seems right. How big do you expect patches to become? It's nothing to do with this base. It's just basically, I want to do something that that will work for any size patch, for any base, anywhere at all. Just basically, if you have this one, you go out and you go, okay, there's a patch. Stamp down 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have it. Go middle, out, and 1 station per 2 lines. No, because I can't do that. How would I get it out from both sides? That would imply that I know exactly how big the base is. Yeah. It's about sort of putting the trains here, and basically I would also, right, so let's just build it like this and just pretend at least. So the only thing about this is that it's actually not that big, right? It's like, hello, Corinne. Yeah, need to back out. Don't care about it. I'll do that later on. This is about the concept. Once we have that, I can take it into a test world and then make it as big as I want. But if we want to build it here in this base, because, well, then I can do this once in a while. So how would I control these? I guess I would set up sort of I would set up some circuit on this and set the enable. Should it only enable one, or should it enable more than one? If it enables more than one, then I'm going to have to build a stacker as well integrated into this design, which I don't think is a good idea. On the other hand, if I don't have a stacker, then I'm just forcing myself to only having one train, and these could be really far away. Does that make sense? Like if this one just goes either set the, depending on how much I have here in this network or in the station, I'll set the value to either enabled one or disabled, or enabled one or enabled with 0. If it's 1, then means it starts summoning a train, but it really should be getting in faster than that. So I think I need to also include a stacker. Should be enough space to turn directly, so you can even have a small queue per station. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's actually true. I could have one down there, right? But that's, no, I could not. Because if this one has a train, then if there's a train waiting here, it'll block anything up here, so that's not working. It has to wait in a stacker down here. Now the stacker has to have this amount of space. This is the output back into the network. So what is our usual network? Really? I really don't like this distance. Stacker train, yeah, the like diagonal. Yeah, good idea. Or what? So, oops. And that means they can only go out once they can go into one of these stations, but they can wait here. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gonna be one more. 8. And now comes the next part. Oops, I've lost that one. Isn't there enough space to turn 180 degrees? What do you mean by that? Trains are the one thing in this game that's holding me back. I always find it hard to implement them into my world. Oh, that's alright. I feel exactly the same way. So, I just power through it and try anyway. Let's also get some... What? I meant between stations. Like here? Why would I want that? So you go in and out again. Why? Don't you need a waiting station after the stacker? No. Let me think before I say no. Why is it I want the train station after the stacker? I want it because... Yeah, I do need it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I do need a... Yeah, not really a waiting station, but just a pass-through station. So I'm going to build it for just 2 units, maybe 3 units, and then I'm going to cut it apart into blueprints so that it works for... You put the... Basically, I want you to put the... You have a line and you go like, okay, there's a patch. So you put a stacker, then you put 1 station and 1 station and 1 station, however many stations you want, and then you just be done with it. Yeah, okay, I just accidentally left, so I have what I have. Also, we have a bit of a power issue, which is also has to be fixed. I don't know. Oh, the this is the one thing that's going to be the most difficult part, is to make sure that no matter what, I never send more than 8 trains to the combined total of this. How do I do that? I use nuclear and no solar. Don't have any solar in the space. Just pure, unadulterated nuclear power. There. Station after the stacker with a limit that's the size of the stacker. Oh, that's cheating. That's too simple. I want to make it more complicated. Damn, that's too simple. Oh, stop coming up with simple solutions. I want to make it really difficult. Well, I can always hope that it doesn't work. Curse you for your simple solution. And then I'm actually going to make a little number sign because you want to replace this with the number of what you're doing or something. I don't know. No, actually, this should work without having anything here, yeah? But you do need to change the names, though. Or you just have to have multiples. Yeah. If we want to make it really sexy, we also add the trains here to the blueprint. So when you stamp it down, you build... Nah, because that's going to be out in the world, and you will never have that many trains with you when you're going out. Well, some people will, but most people won't. Let's see, this one will be here. But is that gonna work? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Ah. Is that gonna work? 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it's not gonna work. There we go.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Oh hey! Thank you so much, Q Life, maybe. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. First 5 gift subs in the community for you, and it is a paying it forward from the one from Gunther. So well done, Gunther. You are recruiting. Thank you so much. And Falcon also coming back with 15 months. Thank you. Well done, Gunther. Well done on the recruiting side. And thank you so much, Q Life. You would want the ore you are mining in the name of the stations. Yeah, probably. I think I would. Yeah, because otherwise the trains are going to be weird. Hey, Ningmaster, thank you for the 14 months of Twitch Prime. And Matt B, thank you for the 16. Alright, well, that's just a coming in droves now. Lovely. Well, if it's almost a handful of events.
Our illustrious champion.
Finally paid for the sub that Jeff got me. Ah, nice. Hey, Bartek, thank you for the 200. Ticket to the station, to the train. I'm going through your reverse Megabase series and remembered that having the stacker station beforehand requires you to number the loading stations so the trains in the stacker station don't get assigned to a random loading station. And thank you, Grimmy.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah.
A kind gesture.
That's kind of the disadvantage here of no, hold on, it's not a yeah, otherwise it can go here and then it can open when another coal deposit somewhere else opens. And it goes like, alright, I'm gonna go there. Hey Cerulean, thank you for the 500. Yeah. How's the extra station before? Oh, hey, Ningmaster, thank you. Whoa. That is insane. 10 tier 3 subs. What? Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. That's the same as 50 subs. Just FYI, so anyone just goes, oh, that's 10 subs. That's nice. No. This is 50 gift subs. Whew. That's insane. Thank you so much, Ningmaster. The crazy thing is, probably only counts as 10 subs in the in the hype train city. It's the level 3. It's not level 4. It's level 3. Working towards level 4. Wow. Thank you so much, Ningmaster. That is super generous. Yeah, train widget broken. Yeah, it might be broken. I think it's when it skips a level, then Twitch doesn't send the right. It's actually not the stuff that's made by Jeff, Timbo, and Vitio that's broken. As far as I understand, it's Twitch going like, I don't know. Here's some random data. Something along those lines.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Someone got paid. Thank you. Yeah, someone got paid. Thank you. Good for you. Good for you. And Soraya Shadowhopper, thank you also for a gift sub. That's kind of becoming a tradition, isn't it? Careful about that. Yeah, I'm really happy about sort of the way that I get paid. I get paid by Patreon on the 5th, by Twitch on the 15th, and by YouTube on the 25th. And it's just a coincidence, but it's super nice to have like three points a month instead of just once a month. I think it's just preferred so that, yeah, spread it out a bit. Thank you, Michael. So let's get another level. All right, 201. Well, that's a step along the way. 53%. It could happen. It could happen. Certainly have 3 minutes left to get there. That's whew. Wow. I mean, Ningmaster, that is. No, Seraph, this is something I just wanted to make. It counted it as 50. Yeah, the progress counted as 50, but if you look at the hype train meter, it actually just need 12 normal gift subs to overrule it here. Ah, Bartek, look at that. Look at that. Sneaking in on the other side of the hype train. On the bid side. Careful about that. Oh, in the teachers. Oh, okay. Well, that's not correct. That is actually if one of those mod makers are here, or if there is a mod. Can I ask a mod to take a screenshot of it and throw it in our moderator tech channel? That would be super cool because it's actually a bug. And Lee Birdie, thank you for 17 months. Yeah, Gunther, it was 10 level 3 subs. Yeah. Coincidentally, 12 gift subs will make it roll over to level 4. Well, there's still 2 minutes, so... Well, Engineer Candyman, well, that's up to anyone. It's a nice level, fat level 3 train here. Could be a level 4, you never know. Weilmeister, thank you for the 8 months. All right. Get those resubs in. What are we at? It says like, what is it missing? 4.999 or 10 subs. All right. Well, 1 minute left. Okay, now it's getting close. Adam Cirillo, thank you for the tier 2 for 34 months. Adam Cirillo is... And Adam, it's because of you. Then look at this. Because of you, I have asked Miss Timothy to make a new badge. This is the badge that's for you. Thank you for the tier 2. 10 subs, you say? Well, 50 seconds. So if anyone wants to snipe or do something, then now is the time. Don't wait until the last second. It will not work. You will be cheated out of it. It's 8 subs. Oh, Michael, thank you for the 1299, taking it, and Ningmaster with 10 more, and these are just the regular tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Wow, rolling it over. Slaveherd, thank you for the 200 bits as well. Thank you so much, Ningmaster. You're really taking that one. And Winamuk, thank you for 5 gift subs, also helping it. I don't know if that one would actually have been... I don't know. I think that without the Ningmaster, it would not have made it. No, Weilmeister, it's not actually counting correctly.
You have returned.
Fugacity Blue. Thank you for 400 bits. Must be... Okay.
Welcome back.
Now we have 3.5 minutes. Is Timbo here? Normally snipes. No, he's not. He's not here. He would have reacted to the mod being incorrect. So we know that Jeff, Timbo, and Vichu are not in the chat because either of them would have reacted to their mod miscounting. I'm pretty sure.
A new subscriber arrives.
With setting each stacker station limit to 4, do the same thing as the next station. Would that work differently? Don't really know what that means.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Each steady in the stacker size.
Welcome back.
No, because I need it to be 8 and it can't be more or less than that. Look at me, I'm building during a hype train. I can do that, I can multitask. Alright, so these will stop complaining. Alright, thanks Cabbage. Very nice of you.
A new subscriber arrives.
Do we like this?
Fills you with determination.
Is there anything about this we don't like or don't think works? Yeah, we do have an issue about the naming thing. So you're not exactly just going to stamp it down. You're going to stamp it down and then you're going to have to change the names, the numbers. So this one should be, I don't know, we'll just call it. Hey Michael, thank you for 201. You're gunning for this one, I see.
Fills you with determination.
I like it.
You have returned.
That doesn't look good.
First Fellowship expands. Praise the sub. Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is...
Oh, we have some circuit magic we also need to do here. But that's not going to do right now. It's going to be at least two more minutes to go. Level 4 hype train. Yeah, don't count on anything more than that. That was that's crazy. But there's still time to usurp if anyone wants. Or just throw your weight in and help support. And just be all around awesome.
Kind gesture.
So we're going to have some kind of circuit set up here that checks the content of this. Hey, Xor mask. I have never any idea how to pronounce anything with an X in it.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Hey, that's actually okay. Is that the optimal size? Not quite, but close enough. "40 seconds, last chance to snipe or participate for some emotes that maybe some of you probably already have, or just be here." Alright, pretty good. Ningmaster and Michael. Just waiting for it to go down, just checking the last seconds. This doesn't work. It's not really getting in here, so... Hey, Bartek! Oh, see, that was almost... What? How is that not... Oh. Because it's not a copy anymore. Oh, Bartek, did you take it? Oh, Michael! No, that's an extra E! Oh, man! Damn! Yeah, damn. Well... Thank you, Bartek, for the 1500. They stole it in the last second. Oh, man. Type faster! Type faster! Oh. No, sorry, not sorry. Well done, Bartek, stealing that one. And Ningmaster, you certainly took that one as well. So thank you, Ningmaster, particularly for those subs. And if you got a level 3 sub from Ningmaster just now, then just be sure to thank him, right? That's really nice. What's the main difference between Dyson Sphere and Factorio? Factorio is certainly a lot flatter. Yeah, you're not losing anything. Don't worry, Ningmaster. No. Is Factorio bigger? Much bigger. It's orders of magnitude bigger. Yeah, I think order of magnitude bigger is correct. Yeah, Factorios for flat Earth, TSP for flat universes. Interesting. Yeah, hopefully these people get... Yeah, I'm a bit worried that we basically haven't heard from the developers since they went on New Year's. They've been releasing the developer log, but that was something they could have done like a half a year ago. They probably haven't, but they haven't done anything about sort of responding to anything that's happened since before the New Year. So, yeah. I haven't bought Factorio yet, but still been tickling my pocketbook. Okay. How does that tickling work? Don't answer. PG-13 and all. Alright, so Ningmaster and Bartek, where do you want your zones? Bartek, you have a pretty neat domain out here. Level 4 hype train. Expand. Do you want to expand in and encroach on Timbo, or do you want to just expand out here, sort of free for all? Like, just cuddle with Timbo, or just definitely make Timbo suffer. Yes. See, seems reasonable. Let's see if there's room for a level 4 here. Maybe? Yep. Boom. And Ningmaster, I don't know where you're located. Everywhere. There. Is that it? Oh, right. You have this area here. Ooh. So expand this location. Very pink-ish. Do you want to have this location here? Let's see. That one goes out here. So you could be down here and then up. Oh, but then you'll box in Michael. Oh. Do you want to box in Michael, or do you want to let him have a chance to escape? Your choice. Or it could be up here as well. He gets screwed twice. Yeah, I mean, that's a life lesson, isn't it? It's always the people who lose, they lose more. It's a win more and a lose more. That's how life works. Small chance of escape. Like...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Oh, that's it's bigger than I thought, and that was on the sub side. Like this, so it's level 2s he has to go for, or level 1s. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. And Mecom, I guess that's how it is. Thank you for the 9 months. Three, two, one. Whoop. It goes in. Yeah. All right. So Michael still have a chance to escape. Yeah, so what the idea is that anyone who wins a hype train can put down a block somewhere with the color they choose and the size depending on the size of the hype train. So as the base grows and as it goes on, then it'll keep growing, hopefully. Right. And we have leaderboards. Absolutely. Ooh, look at that leaderboard. Some regular names there. There was a question from X. I saw that you had difficult stream Sunday. I would think you're entertainer, so it's okay to have a bad day. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. We certainly have leaderboards. Yeah. That's always like the thing I can hide behind if I play poorly. Then I can just go like, no. I'm an entertainer. I'm not supposed to be Shroud or someone who's just really good at gaming. I don't have to be good. I can just hide behind I'm an entertainer. And then I cry myself to sleep. We'll wait a bit. No, but in all honesty, especially when I'm playing a new game, then I also have to remember that you can't be the best at this game. So, not that I'm the best at Factorio, but I do have a certain knowledge, right? Let's see. So, this one. If there during the hype train were any comments or questions regarding the specifics of this layout, please repeat them because I kind of got a bit distracted. Hope that's okay. This one, I like this idea. We need to break it into tileable parts, and somehow it's not connected. Oh, that's because this part here is not sort of connected to anything else. There. Now it should be fine. Best of joy in my eyes. Thank you, Force. Oh, that expression in my eyes is just always bringing me back to an article I read in, I don't know, a Euroman or some stupid thing like 20 years ago, when it's the peak of good literature here, right? So asking young women about their attitudes towards blowjobs, and one replied, "It's okay in my eyes." Like, okay, well that's very tolerant of you. So whenever someone says, "It's okay in my eyes," then associations. Yeah, you can't help the associations. It's not my fault. I just, yeah. Missing a chain on the bottom diagonal. Yeah, I do. Thank you. I don't want all this coal, so please don't coal me. Let's see. What else do we need here? I don't want to build these. Okay, so now I need to... All right, so we have two ways to do this, two ways to approach it. Hello, Draco. One way is to have these self-determine how many trains they are open for. So set the limit depending on how many trains can be loaded, up to a maximum between all of them equal to 8. How the hell would I do that? Let's say if I have 2, then they could do 4 each. Yeah, but maybe this one has run out, so this one could actually do 6. That's the problem. You never really know. So that's one way, or the other way is just having them all set to either 0 or 1, and then have this intermediate station here. I think I'd like to do it without the intermediate station, because if I do that, then I don't need a number here. Let's try and do that without the numbering. Yeah. Sick bastard, we're not doing anything about anything related to this this base today. This is, or at least not right now. So how would I dynamically determine if I just had one more? Because I will have one more, and that one is going to be junk. So obviously when I have 3, it's not going to be 332 or 332. That's the right answer. Can you set the train limit various circuits? Yes, that's exactly what I need to do. But we need to talk about what is the logic we need to apply. I don't need an exact solution. I just need a solution that does not exceed what it is. If I divide the chest content by size, then okay, it's a good point. But let's do that for just our little test here, because it's much easier to see the problem when we do something and then go, oh right, that's why. So I'm gonna have this is a box of parameters. This one will have a I'll have a wagon, and that one should tell how much is in the train. Actually, maybe I should have a train size here. That's the actual train size. So train size is going to be, in this case, 8,000. Okay, so what I need to do is I will take this is a data collection thing, so I use the green. $4,200 here. Then I will have this one say How do I, oh, wow, wow. Why does this one not exist? You know, maybe this is actually the best way to mitigate it right now. There. So this one doesn't work, but we'll have circuits here. All right, so I am going to take that one to here. This one will be saying, you want to take the inbound of, no. Anything, each, yeah, this should only be 1. Multiply by 1, output as n, because then we can use something generic. This one will always convert whatever mineral we have here, so it becomes generic, so I don't have to do this again for other things, right? Yeah, and there. So this takes my value n, which is the number of things. It could also be m or minerals or something, and then it'll divide by the size of the train, and it'll output as the value L, which is going to be our setup. Currently nothing. And then I'll set that on a red wire in here, which will then be set train limit, currently 0, and I will, then I kind of have to do this one. And actually I do not. I can, okay, let's pretend, and I'm going to do it over here. I'm just going to add some fake materials. It's much easier than to deal with real materials. The total number here is, this can be 2,400. So when it's completely full, 2,400 times 6 times 4, 57,000. So this one could very well be just 50,000. Yeah. So this is the situation that's going to happen very often, where the train station is completely full or almost full, sending 55,000 in. It's going to be here converted into n. The n is going to be divided, and then it's going to be 6. So that means this is now train limit 6, and then the next one will also be 6, and the next one will be 6, and then oops, we suddenly allocate 18 trains to this one, and they're going to jam, and they're going to fill up here, and they're going to go all the way back, and then base explodes. That's why I can't do this. I can't do it as simple as that. That's going to be, this is one input. The input here is going to be, you want to have as many as possible, and then the second part is up to a maximum of X. The maximum of X is 1 for each station plus 8. All right, so remember, now we are going into a domain here that is, if any of you have done any kind of programming, someone shouting from the other end of the room who just going, just use this function. It's not very helpful. So even if they are ultimately correct, it is very difficult to absorb that knowledge because someone else is in a different space, has a different way of working. So basically, I value your input, but it's really, really difficult for me to absorb your inputs because you may have, there are two ways. Either you get it right or you get it wrong. If you get it right, I just might not understand what you're saying. Maybe you get it wrong, and then I don't get it because I already know that that's not feasible. Or so I'm kind of wondering, are you seeing something I'm not? And I can't tell the two cases apart, right? So 5 plus 5 plus 5 available means 15 available. By 6 is the ratio you overproduce. So each station would allow yeah. Yeah, that I think that something about ratio is probably a good idea. Right. So there should be a counter that says what is the maximum possible. And then there should be another counter that says how much is actually being requested or how much is being calculated as requested. And then I'm going to just divide it down into being a percentage of the total. So in this case, the maximum I can send of trains among all stations is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the maximum is 11. So if this one requests 6, this one requests 6, and this one requests, I don't know, 3, then that's 15. That's more than 11. Then I have to take the 6 here and divide by 16 multiplied by 11 and then truncate it. Well, that's simple, isn't it? All done ad hoc with... Why am I always doing these kind of things? But at least I'm not doing it at 1:45. So, Riyadh, I like your idea, and I think it's the right way. I'm not sure it's something that I can make. But for anyone who is trying to follow along, let's try to use that framework and then see that's what we're going to do. So basically, first we calculate for each of them how many we would like to request, and then we compare it to the maximum that we can have here, and then we scale the actual requested for each station by the same ratio so that we don't over request. It's way too much, but it's gonna fix the edge case where I accidentally request too many. Yeah, so one part is going to be figure out what is the maximum. What about requesting just 1 + 1 train per stop? That works up to 8, and of course it's never going to be higher than 8. But then you could also go like 1 + 2, and then it's worked up to 4. We could just make the stacker bigger if the numbers are close. Each station can hold 6 full trains. So it's going to be 6, 6, 6, that's 18. There's no way that I can make it 18 here. And what if I add a fourth one, then it has to go up to 24. So no. So that's not going to work. I like this idea. Not because it's the optimal, but because it's, for lack of a better word, sexy. And then I'll probably go back and... Alright, also, force. I'm going to go down this rabbit hole of ratioing it and just going after the break. And then I'm going to spend half an hour on doing that. And then I'm going to get like, fuck it. And then I'm going to come back to your suggestion. So I'm going to be like, who was suggesting it? And then force, you will go back and say, me. Then we'll just do that. I think each stop can have a maximum of 6 trains, since there are 6 boxes per wagon, since the boxes limit the boxes to less items. That's not a good idea. It's kind of defeating the point. All right, I'm going to take a break. I am not going to listen to new ideas until I have exhausted this idea. So you're very welcome to help me implement this idea. But I am not receptive of new ideas at this point, because then I will not get anywhere. I've tried this before where I spent 2 hours on pursuing 10 different ideas because I feel I need to respect the chat suggestion. And then every idea I have to go down, spend 15 minutes proving either why it works or doesn't work or why I don't like it. And I just don't think that's the right way. So I have a way that I want to go. I want to try that. If I don't like that, then I'll open the floor for new suggestion. And we'll probably just go with the suggestion from Force. Yeah. Okay. So that's just to sort of outline it. Otherwise, I'm not going to get anywhere. This is, anyone who's done programming also know that at some point you have to go like, all right, we can sit here and discuss different ways of implementing it forever and ever and ever, but at some point we have to take a decision and implement it, and maybe it's not the optimal implementation, but sitting here and discussing it until the deadline is certainly a worse alternative. So we're going to try the more advanced one, and if it works, awesome. If it doesn't work, all right, we'll do something simple. Cool? Kitsune one, how about making it as a blueprint, and then you can share it, and then if it's easy and simple, I can bring it into the game and we can look at it afterwards. I will take a short minute to break, and then we'll be jumping down the rabbit hole. See you guys in 2. And welcome back. Does it work? Yep, it looks like it's working. And so I just have to check a few things on my end here. There. Okay, cool. Looks like it's working and everyone's still here. And yeah. Okay, so 4 times 42 times 100. What are we talking about? All right, so it can be 57,600 is the maximum that can be stored in one of these one of the stations. How? Why? Well, we'll do the math together. It is 2,400 in one box times times 6 boxes per wagon times 6 wagons. 57,600. That is the maximum amount that can be loaded. So let's start, and we'll do that. Save that as an M. That means each station. I can't believe we're doing this and then neither Vichu, Jeff, or Timbo are here. The 3 programmers who are always holding my hand. They'll come back later and then go like, oh, you could also have done like this thing with it only requires 2 circuit wires and 1 constant combinator. It's like, why? How? That's how it always goes. All right, value is M equal 1. So the idea is this one is adding 1M here. So when you stamp down this one each time, I'll add 1M. Yes, now I have 3M. And then the stacker will add to the maximum, we'll add, and I'm just going to add it down here. Okay, that's not making any sense. You're adding 8. Cool. So right now, this tells us how much we have, the maximum number of trains we are allowed to assign between all of them. Then I should take, I need to summarize also the total number of trains requested. That should not be an L, because L will be the signal that I go in. And if I need to have another signal. This one should be, we'll use K because K makes no sense. Alright, so this one says K output 6, and then that has to go also back into a calculator, right? Ah yeah, this one is definitely not going to be there just yet. Also, this one is going to have to be here because that's a global setting. The trains are always going to be the same size. They're not going to change size. So thank you very much. They're going to be the same size. All right. Then it takes the N, which is coming in here, divided by the locomotive size, the train size. As a programmer, I try to develop kits whenever possible, unless you really need perfection. Oh, I completely agree. I even agree more than, I even do it more than you, because I'm not a programmer. I have a background as a manager of programmers. And is there anyone who wants things to not escalate out of control when the developers go like, well, I could refactor it and use this new technology. It'll be so much better. It's like, no. We'll do it this way, and we'll just kick it down the road, because that's down the road. So yeah, I know. How long would be the max wait, assuming you asked for maximum trains required to empty station? My initial thought is, it's short enough to not care if you are. That is, I can. All right, so this is a all right. Now my, I don't know, 18 years of working with IT systems is coming in. No fucking way. There is no way I'm going to do that. How many times have you implemented solutions where you go like, what's the likelihood that 2 transactions comes in at exactly the same time? That's never going to happen. 3.5 years later, the entire system comes crashing down because 2 transactions have the same transaction ID, and the delete is now processed as an update, and you have now sent out mass invoicing to all your customers because, oops, no. And then you spent 2 weeks debugging it because you never document that. You just assumed that this edge case would never happen, and you've forgotten all about it. You've even been fired since then. So it's your successor who has the pain of just finding out that, oh yeah, he never checks that they're coming in the right sequence. I've had that issue. The worst kind of this issue is one where you send it. So we had an ERP system that sent like it was a good old monolithic system. So things were working on this different processes. So some processes were like updates were processed immediately, deletes were processed sort of periodically, and it was just a huge mess. It was older than almost as old as I am the system. So then it went to ESB, and there was done a lot of work on the ERP side to make sure that things were strictly that you would never send a create. So basically, there's a big difference between if you create something and delete it, or if you delete something and then it goes like, well, I don't have it, and then you create it, right? The difference is, do you have a record in the receiving system? Yes, no. So anyway, a lot of work done on the ERP side, send it to BizTalk, and BizTalk passes it on, but BizTalk has to be fast, so it's a lot of parallel processes. Some might be overburdened, some might not be, and that means things basically arrive in random sequence. So things can be deleted if you do a create delete, but they arrive as delete, error, record not found, create. Record now exists, but the ERP system thinks the record has been created and deleted, and you're just absolutely fucked. You are so fucked. So then you have to build validation on either side of the freaking BizTalk just to make sure that it doesn't fuck up your sequence. All because speed was the only thing that mattered, but the consistency of data was whatever. So those kind of things, I have just learned very painful lessons on just things like, do we really think that's going to happen? Probably not. But Factorio is also a game like with IT systems. If you let it run long enough, the percentage, the chance of something happening approaches 1. 100%. It just, as time approaches infinity, very small percentages approach 100. And the dynamic bouncing of trains among stations, I would recommend to ditch my original compute and just allow each station to a quota. Yeah, but now I'm mainly doing it for fun. Yeah, you love how an engineering manager complaining about engineers who are massively over-engineering. Yeah, because I was about to say it's my hobby, but it isn't. So I know that I'm over-engineering the solution, but you also know that sometimes, there's a simple solution, but there's also a beautiful solution. And sometimes you want to just flex a bit, and you want to use that new thing. You just want to do 8 nested binds into each other, and no one will ever be able to read your code, but it's beautiful. It's a beautiful flower, and everyone thinks it's like a big steaming pile of shit, and you just tied a nice bow on it. But to you, it's beautiful. And that's it. Yeah, so I'm just, I'll tumble down this rabbit hole, but I'm also very willing to just back up when it just, something about it doesn't really make sense. All right, so let's try this. So we are now collecting the M is the maximum. I think you should be able to massively simplify this by implementing math min, not a circuit expert. It's just an if statement. Huh? Yeah, see, Ria, the thing is here, I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to put it in a masterclass and let it out into the wild. Basically put it in production and then just wait for the support calls to roll in. Yeah, so thinking about that, it's probably not a good idea. I'm just going to go a bit further down this rabbit hole. So please indulge me. All right, so N is the number K is the number that's being requested at this particular station. And why is K not added for all of them? Oh, okay, it's only added for this one as of yet. K6, K6. Why is K6 then? Output signal K is equal to 6. Yes? Oh, because there's no connection. Right. See, that's even worse case scenario, is that just missing the connections. This is the equivalent of missing a semicolon somewhere. Or the classic greater than should have been a greater than or equal to. Alright, so now it's requesting K is 30. That seems a bit much. Yeah. Why? And why is N included in this one? Oh, no, it shares the N between... Yeah, this is the part that I don't like. This is a funny part about circuits, is that it does behave different from... So the fact that you have these two wires makes it's a unique challenge. Good. Now, I don't want the N to leak into the global here. Now, I have my ratios, my 9... no. K. Why is K not anything? K is equal to 3. Why is K equal to 3? Oh, okay, that one shouldn't be here. Alright. Happy to be a mechanical industrial engineer. Stressing over code is not how I want to spend my days. Yeah. I was reading an article about solar winds this week saying the CEO was an intern for setting a password as SolarWind want. Adam Cirillo, I've hired a company to do penetration testing on one of the systems that was exposed on the internet from one of the systems I was managing. And they were like, I don't know where we start, but we have this long report, but it really starts and ends in one place. Don't have your company name 123, like literally SolarWinds 123 as the default admin password. It took literally 2 seconds to get admin rights to your entire system from the outside. Like, just looked over at the architect and he was like, that was not supposed to go out of the test environment. Nope, I agree. It was not supposed to go out of the test environment. Let's mark that as one of those we fix. The sort of on the way out of the door. What's the domain? You can just knock yourself out. You can see if it still works. Yeah, I've just it's like just look over the architect who was not in sort of his proudest moment. Right, so now comes the interesting thing. Now I take the return signal here. Ish. Now I need to take my K and multiply it by M and divide it by K. That's not going to be fun to take the same number and divide it by the same number, is it? No, it's not. A missing princess turns a genius into a failure. Yep. When did you quit your company? Oh, you mean when did I get fired from the company? About a bit more than 2 years ago. Best decision ever. Yeah, so I need to take this value, and one of the K values that I need to multiply and divide with has to change into something else. But I think we have to multiply before we divide, otherwise the numbers become too small. So I think that's okay. So now I take what could possibly go wrong. Here, that takes the K value in, and then I also take, it changes the K value as well. Yeah, it leaks on the K value. So I need actually an intermediate step here, which is super annoying. This is the part where it's very clear that I don't know what I'm doing. Because I need to transform the K into something that's just not K, which is definitely at least one more step than I need. To a temp value. Temp is always good, right? And then I'm just gonna go there, So now we have this value, and it's going to be our temp value is going to be multiplied by M. Yes. And then it goes from here to here. Then our temp value is now being divided by the K, which is the total number being requested. And that comes out as an L. I mean, I don't really feel like I need to do any kind of explanation about what these parameters are. They are self-explanatory, as any good programmer would do. Train limit 3. How did that not work? It did work. It actually worked. It's not rounding, it's always truncating. Yeah. Yeah, then we'll set, I mean. So now we look at this one. This one is calculating it as, now it says it wants 3. What is the total value? Now it's reduced the K, which is the total requested amount. It's only irrelevant when it's above, well, just at least above. Oh no! It's not working if it's very low values. Yeah, hey, if only you're a programmer, I feel the same way. Then I would have done this in 2 things, right? So the problem here is that this might work. Right now, it should then be taking 11/16 of 3. That's going to be 2. 2. That's good. And now if I just take this discrete little thing, did that change? Nope, still the same value. And we also need to make sure that from this one in here, actually needed this one to be included. Okay. So 4, and 2. That's 10. Yeah, so will be some rounding thing. So this looks like it's working, except what now? Now the K value is much lower than the maximum value. And that means what the hell does that mean? Okay, it has to be just enough to actually get something inbound. Can I just get this out? Oops. Almost. Especially love the fact that I built this at a location where it's not even gonna get picked up anyway. So could have just shot it then. All right, this one will now be 8,000. So this one. This one will output 1. Then we'll set the output signal to 11 divided by 2. So it'll actually set the value to 2, even though it can only consume produce one. So when it goes below the maximum, it kind of, the ratio is now becoming a ratio greater than 1, so it'll balloon the number. So for example, if I can request 111, then it will, now let's just see. What are you doing? I'll just do it this way then. So each one of these is now taking 1. K should be equal to 3. That's the total number that's being requested. All right, it's all good. Hello. Oh no, I don't want rounding errors solved. No. I want it to be truncated. I absolutely do. What's that? And then I will say this will now be multiplied by output 3. So each one will now be multiplied by 3 because it sort of has to go. It basically says if you're only requesting 3 but you have 11 slots, then all of them should now request 3. That means when actually I should have 1, 1, 1, I'm getting 3, 3, 3, which means I'm going to get way too many trains in here. So there is one more way to fix it, and that is by saying by just taking the max and then making sure that you only do this if K is greater than M. But at this point, I think the answer is that each one should be able to request as many as can be loaded up to a maximum of 3. Because if I have one station, it can request 3. That's okay. If I have 2 stations, it can request 6. That's still okay. If I have 3 stations, it can request 9, and I can have 11 here. If I have 4 stations, then it can request 12, and I have 8 plus that, that's 12. And if I have 5 stations, very rare, but it could happen, then I'll be able to request 15, but I'll only have 5 plus 8, 13. So I'm in that situation, if I have 15 trains in, I can potentially have too much, which just means that they're going to be stuck out here. We'll probably survive with that. Hypothetical. Minimum calculated available items. Yes. But I think that we've already proven that it's kind of a lot of crap here. So I think that I'll do a minimum of either 3 or how many it can be done here. So we'll do that instead. We'll keep the other ones, just if I change my mind, but I like this one better. And also because I want to make sure that I can grab this one again. Oh yeah, that's the thing. You don't get the recipe with it. I thought you would just enable disable station. Oh no, definitely not. Enable disable station is a big no-no. And by now, you really shouldn't be enabling and disabling stations. It's much better to yeah, it's much better instead of enabling disabling stations than to use the limit. Good. I am now taking 8 divided by 8. That's going to be 1. Why is that not 1? How's 8,000 divided by 8,000? Oh, it's because it's n. It's anything. I want to do anything here. Each divided by that. That's good. Oh. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. That's again bad. New train limit, you can allow 3 trains to aim for the station if possible. Yes, that's what I want. last step could be L times N divided by what? Alright, so this one doesn't work because it now has 2 inputs and then each doesn't work. But I really just... Yeah, first I need to make it a generic value. That's also the... Damn it. I thought I didn't have to, but I do. Should I make it a different one just to make sure that it gets even more because it's O as an OR? I don't know. N as an... It's a number. And that's not going to be K. Okay. And now I need to go back to having it on the green wire instead. Right. So now it says O, the OR. Ignore the K and the M. Those are from there. It's much easier to ignore them when they're not there. Yes. So L, and then I need to take condition. Oh, there isn't a minimum. Is there? Is there a minimum in this one? I thought there was one that was minimum. No, there isn't a minimum. I thought there was a minimum. Okay. Okay, so that's gonna have to be 2 inserters here, right? No. How do I do that? If it's 2 of these. So this says if L, oops, is less than or equal to 3, then send the input out. Right? If L is greater than 3, then send oh man, I wanted to sneeze, but I wanted to mute first, and then I just like choked up. So I'll explode sometimes. Yeah, I just want to send 3 now. All right, so for everyone that if L is greater than send 3, yes, but there is no option for sending 3. I can either send 1 and then I have to multiply by 3, or I can send it as input and then it'll be too much, right? So that's the point. The point is, how am I gonna do this? Hello, Timbo. The point is there a way for me to do this without having an extra calculation done? Three combinators is the minimum. Yeah, that's also what I don't like, apparently. Can I do it as a global? Could I do it as a global value? Oh, that's gonna suck if I take it in here. Love it, Timbo. You just come in like, just kicking the door. Like, oh no, that's not possible. You should have seen the crap I was doing before you got here. Look at that crap. It worked, but it was a bit too complicated. The problem is now I'm using this damn L value. Yes, I was like, oh, calculate multiply by 3. Ugh. Really? Is that our life now? Okay, that is just a bit more generic than really is needed. This does not make it simpler, right? You have already made a similar circuit network for the OR station in your bus base, right? Yeah, I did actually. Well, I wonder what this does. I have no idea. I have no idea. But if I've done it before, then I suppose theoretically I could do it again. All right, let's try and figure out what happens. This is the maximum. This is the number of trains. The maximum number of trains. And this is the cargo wagon size. So we take how much is in here, maximum minus what is ever is in there. That's going to be the basis for calculation. All right. Then we take how much is missing at one of these supply stations divided by that. Then we get the oh yeah. So this is how much is on the train. Yeah. Then I should actually use the same. So this will give us potentially the L value. And then if it's greater than or equal to the max size, then I'll do that. Alternatively, oh, that's because I'm saving this as the max size. Ah, that might not be, but then I'll convert both signals back into an L. Okay, yeah, that's clever. That's better. It's more consistent, I think. Because this is not actually the L. This is a... Okay, I think I want to do exactly like this, except different. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to throw it all away. And I know it might be bad, but I think that's... Here. So we're going to have... There. Maximum 3 trains. Size of the train is 8,000. Those are the 2 global parameters for this. Would only need a generic OR value and it should work. This is the OR value, yeah? So this one is dividing and it doesn't go out as an L, it gets out as an X. We try to be consistent with the other one. Then I have comparing the X. Yeah, I have these 2. Probably not a good idea to do this one, but yeah, I'll do this. Because then this one. Aha. So we are comparing our X versus the 3. And if that's correct, then we get the 3, the X out. And here, this one does nothing because it's not greater. Okay. Then let's get the last bits in as well. This looks better. Yeah. They are connected up, and that goes in here. Then we convert it to an L. The L goes in and sets the value L train limit 1. Cool. Now we test it. I would set it up to 16. Should be converted to. It's not valid, and it is valid, and there, and there. Cool. Next. X is equal to 30. That's not good. Alright, anyway, we'll test this edge case of something going completely wrong. It'll just output the maximum. Yep. And it'll be stuck at 3. Okay, so we tested that if you set something that's way too high, then it will actually do correctly. It'll be 3. Yep. And we'll just... What did I do? Did I rotate? I just rotated one. Huh. Ah, panic. 32. Now this one should be true because x4 is equal to train 3, and this one is not valid. I get 3 in here, and it gets up to 3. There. And one thing we're missing is and not change the station variable because I have two different output variables. I either have a train output variable or I have an X output variable. So I don't know what I should say here. I would either, if it said X, it would only work in one case. If I set it to train, it would only work in one case. So this one will be when L is greater than or equal to 1. Ta-da! I like this. It's like the size of this is kind of okay. The one thing I don't like is that where we, well, okay, fueling is somewhere else. Psh. But I like this. So, force. This is on you. This was your suggestion. I jumped down the rabbit hole, but I had a safety line so I could pull myself out of the rabbit hole. So we just tumbled down the rabbit hole, and we were certainly not in Kansas anymore. And then we just crawled ourselves back up again. Fueling stacker, right? No, fueling somewhere else. Fueling at the main base, I guess. Not our problem. Yeah. Well done, Force. Thank you. And of course, the whole thing here, we can always blame Timbo for, right? Because if he'd been here, he would have just thrown us something that would have not have used more than a single inserter. Ah, I just broke it because I just broke it. I fucking broke it. There. That one. There. I happen to be a rope. There was actually in Denmark back in the days, back when you could do inappropriate humor, where there was a rope company where their slogan was "Don't hang yourself in details." That's you couldn't get away with that this day and age, and now I have no clue where it was supposed to go in. There and there. Yeah, but you can also see that that would not fly on Twitter today. Let's see if it works. Yes, it does work. Okay, so it is getting the right values inbound here. Cool. And now we just need to make sure that it works for all of them. So take this one out. Now there's no trace of our very creative suggestion anymore. Boop. And then of course we have to make sure that this is part of it. What is the purpose of a circuit monster? This is not a circuit monster. All right, so I think that's a good idea to just take a step back and just explain it, right? The purpose of this. So the idea is I want to make sure that I have a dynamic train limit here that determines how many trains should be allowed to go into each one of these stations depending on how much, I know it's iron and this is coal, but don't even comment. Depending on whether they are available. So if I don't have any resources available, I shouldn't send a train in here for loading. But if I have available for multiple trains, then you can assign multiple trains here so that they can quickly load and send the next because they might be coming in. But on the other hand, I don't want to over flow this one by just going like, all right, just send 15 trains in here because I only have a limited size stacker. So the way I've decided to implement it is that I am taking the content of the boxes, comparing it, first converting it into a generic signal so I don't care if it's coal or copper or iron or whatever it is. Then I'm comparing it to the size of the train, in this case, 8,000. That is a parameter, right? Yeah, that's a parameter we're getting in. Cool. Then if it is, then I'll get how many full trains this station has stored materials to supply. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0 to 6 are the possible values. Then if it is less than, then it goes over here. If it is 3 or less, send the value over here to be converted into an L, and the L is so it sets the parameter. So if it is less than 3 or less than 4, then just set the limit as that. If it's more than 4, then it could potentially mean that I would send 6 trains here, 6 trains here, 6 trains here. That would be 18 trains, and I can't put 18 trains here. So I don't want to do that. So I want to cap it at a maximum, assigning 3 trains to each stop. So that the values for the stop limits here are 0, 1, 2, and 3. And that's why there's an extra signal here. And then these lights indicate whether it's 0, 1, 2, or 3 that are available here. So I think it works. We tested it for various values. Now comes the next big challenge here. Actually, should this one include? No, it should not. It should not include radars, but I'm gonna include radar here as well. Doesn't really do much. Now I need to split this into 3 different blueprints. No, 2 different blueprints. One blueprint being this thing. Oh, hold on. That's not right. Yep. 1, 2. How is this not? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, that's not great. Because now there's only 4 limit between this one and that one. 4 wagon size, and that's not enough. Yeah. No, it has to be exactly the same.
Welcome home.
Hey, Jabulu, thank you for the 6 months. How about we take that and instead of fixing value 3, we compute the quota value based on number of stations and stacker size. What? Didn't you just suggest that? Isn't that where we just came from? Or are you just trolling me? I think you are. One, two, three, four, five. There. One, two, there. All right. I think this is going to be our first. Our first location will be. So when we build it, we have to do this thing. First, you set up a stacker. I'm going to need a new book. Look. Stacker. And then we have to come up with some reasonable names.
You have returned.
Yeah, like that. And Gender Store. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I'm sorry I can't. Gender? Gender. Capitalization. Oh. It's my pet peeve. How are people just not capitalizing their usernames? Yen der Styr? Oh, hello Yen. If you have 5 stations or more, you'll request too many. If you have 1 or 2 stations, you could request more, but you limit just to 3. Yes, that's excellent. Ah, Jan the Destroyer. Hey, Simosili 100, thank you for the 5 months. Good soon. Well, he is destroying the proper use of capitalization, all right. So there's that. All right. So, I have to take this one, and I don't like it. Let's take the next blueprint, because that's gonna be. And okay, and to Rioth, the answer is no, a resounding no. So how big do I need to make this blueprint? I actually need to make it all the way down there, but all of this thing has to go away. Hey, Cerulean, thank you for the 500. And do I also need this? Yeah, I also need this one to go away. What? Hey, Barthik, thank you for the 200. What? That was not intended. At least not from my side. Now I'm just painting this out. It's not even going to work because we don't have all of these locations. We need to have somewhere where this full of what is it? Yeah, full of this crap. Don't have that yet. I might even just take this out just to make it pretend that it's just a thing that's on purpose. This can't be the right way to do this. Okay, so have we deselected everything I want to deselect here? No, not quite. Also still some things here. Cool. That's a Dwarf for the 16 months. Thank you for joining this surprising little hype train. Surprising little us. Haha. Yes, so not a big surprise that it... Take this out, take this out. That would have been a much easier way to do this, but... Alright. So this is the blueprint, I think. Let's put it in the box here. And that's a station. And then it also actually has to be snapped to grid. You know, you can just delete all the miners in the bottom. Yeah, I could, but I didn't want to delete all miners. And then I deleted almost all of them, and then I realized that I wanted to delete all of them. So, all right, snap to grid, relative. No. Oh, Cerulean! Wow, I was kind of not really putting much faith in this one. We already had one hype train, so I was just like, yeah, well, it is what it is. 728, I guess. 28 in height.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
That's not correct. 3 plus 1 plus 3, that's 7.
A new
Plus 7.
arrives.
That's 14. Plus 7. Plus 7. That's 28. Oh, grid size. Aha. That's the wrong one. The grid position is... Here you go.
Fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Like that, I think. Doesn't this need miners? Yes, but I can't add miners.
Subscriber.
So I'm gonna have to go take this to a test world and then do it there. And the width doesn't matter because I changed that names. Yes. All right. Let's try it. So yeah. Rachel, thank you for a brand new subscription to the channel. Thank you very much. Again, it's always when I'm about to take a break. Let's try this one. I'm going to disable it just because. This one has to be right. Ooh. It doesn't fit. Why doesn't it fit? It should be. And then I try this one. Oh, and Kotlik, thank you for 10 gift ups. You've been coming strong as well. Okay, and I get
New subscriber.
yes, yes, freaking yes.
Building an army.
That is definitely sizable enough to have, and it's also going to need to go further out this way as well. But if I have this part working, then I think this is yeah, but there's no one who says that we need to have a break time every well, I do need a break every hour, but we don't need a hype train every hour. Hey Timbo, 1051 bits. Thank you. Some leftovers. Congrats on the circuits. Thank you. I think this one's better actually. The fact that this is tileable. Team Acid.
A new subscriber arrives.
I definitely want to have... Yeah, I like this. Now the next question, and that's probably the question I should have asked at the beginning and not at the end of this design, is would anyone actually use this?
Praise the sub.
Oh, someone forgot to...
You have returned. subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Good stuff. There you go. Cerulean with the 800. Are you just gunning for both of them, or was that just to... Oh, it ended. Oh, did it end, or did it roll over? I completely missed it. Oh, you completed level 2. Oh, thank you, Cerulean. I got caught in a landfill trap. Thank you. It's a level 2 hype train. It rolled over. Awesome. Okay, yeah. Where's my blueprint? That's my blueprint. I'm gonna take it out because it actually almost works. I should not have done the other things because now I can't undo. Whoops. So this one, I think. Hey, Ningmaster, you're not done yet, are you? Wow, 1500. You're taking the lead on that one. The 800 should have been a clue. I thought there might be 800 because you wanted to go above Timbo's 1051, and you already had 500, so that would be get you to 1300, and so I figured that would be, yeah. That's why I... Let's redo this one. Would there be any point in doing this on a snap to grid? No, I don't think so. Why are there 3 people with hype train conductor icon? Because Twitch. Alright, so let's see. Yeah. I start by saying, hey, let's get a branch off of our main line, like that. And then we're going to take this one here. Oh, hold it down, and then there. For example, that would cover the basic. I like. Once you claimed it, you can use it. Oh, really? Is that? Hey, Sigvard. Good evening. That's quick. Yes, this intention. So no more direct. No. This is basically something I saw that really long time ago on a Reddit post, and I was like, that I talked about it some times ago, when we were setting up these things, and then I didn't do it, and now I just needed sort of a break from the stuff we were doing last time. So now I wanted to do this because I thought it would be pretty cool. Might be interesting to move the X of the grid to be able to keep the mouse in the same area to place the stacker. That's pretty sexy, all right. I can understand that. That's also what I was thinking. Like, is there something I could do? Thank you, Kotlik, for another 10 gift subs. Wow, but you're already in the lead. You're already in the lead, so that's one hell of a way to consolidate. We're like, come on. Challenge me. But no one did challenge you. No one challenged you. So you had to sort of consolidate. Hey, Cerulean. Is that... there we go. There we go. Sneaking it back. Yet. No, that's true, but I don't think so. There are very few people who would just drop 21 subs just like that. I'm waiting, it's only the second. Oh, ending master. All right. With 40 seconds left, we can't get the last bit of this. 2,549 bits. That's a bit too much, isn't it? Or 6 subs. Yeah, it's a bit too much. Oh, 30 seconds. All right. Let's see if we can avoid spelling errors.
It fills you with determination.
20 seconds. Nope, no sneak. And that looks like it is going to be Kotlik and Ningmaster.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Oh, Cerulean! You actually managed. That is crazy. That is crazy. Didn't you get it? I think you got it.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
That was a perfect snipe. It was absolutely a perfect snipe. Just got me. I think. Yeah, he did. It looked like it. It just came in. Wow. That's how moderators do it. They can sneak it in like that. Apparently. Thank you so much, Cerulean, and also Nickmaster and Kotlik for just rocking that one. Wow. So that was another level 2 hype train. Wow.
A gleaming endowment.
Cerulean and Kotlik, where do you want yours?
A gleaming endowment.
There. Would you want it out here? And what about Cerulean? You've been sort of weird places, right? You've been boxed in a few times. You're working down here. Zoom out the map. Yeah. We have the red science, the science facility, and the green science, and then the stuff we're slowly working on here. That's odd. It should be putting this one in. And we still have 25,000. There's 25,000 landfill, so they're just lazy. I think it's mainly the fact that it takes a while, plus I also have enough construction bots. Weird. Under green signs. All right. And under as in here, or under as in obviously here. There. All right. So like this, and then I have to spell it. That's someone who knows capitalization. Well, at least I don't know, knows it or not. But let me just see if I can get a confirmation, and also from Cerulean. Where do you want? Yes. Right there. Smack. And Cerulean, where do you want yours? My usual place. All right, usual place. That's down here. You are going to get in trouble with Timbo, so maybe down here. That's close to this, and then you can something like this. So you can work with Castor on boxing Timbo in. Yes, Castor, he said, the locations that are most annoying to Timbo. And then I figured, all right, try to prevent you from getting to the water. Must be the most annoying. So the next one, Castor, Timbo, Cerulean. That is probably a space that's interesting. I mean, if he hadn't said anything, I would just use it to fill in these blocks, yeah? Love the paving battle. Yeah, it's super weird. All right, I need to take my break. I was supposed to take it a bit ago, but something got distracted. What we're going to do afterwards is we're going to go to the test world and then set it up. We'll make a path so that we can get some actual miners below our blueprints. All right, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you for joining. And welcome back. Thank you for joining. And one thing I actually wanted to test was flip. I mean, I like the idea of displacing this one already up here, but I don't think it's easy to do. And I don't think it's worthwhile to do, but let's try it. Grid position. Can I do that even? I don't think so. No, I can't. No, I can't, because then it would have to have the grid like really far away from where it's supposed to be. No, that's a no. That's a no. I am just gonna take save this one. Then we're gonna go into our test world. That's the test world. There. Hey Mark, good evening. Yes, you did miss a glorious hype train indeed. Certainly someone wants to place himself on the leaderboard. I see Cerulean is on the top of the leaderboard. Alright. So this is just a test where we're testing this part, which I actually want to continue on. But first we have to go back. Did you manage to get blue signs up already? No, that's gonna be taking like 5 streams or so. It's super complicated. 5 streams, I don't think even that can cut it. It's really complicated. And yeah, we're just messing with other things today. That one. And it's not quite a masterclass yet, so yeah, so I have a bit of a problem on YouTube now. I released a Factorio video today on the direct train smelting thingy, and it's sort of a highlight of this one, and it didn't get any views, not at all, and it kind of sucks. And it's double-edged sword, right? Because on one hand I've been super impressed by how many views the Dyson Sphere program got, and then it's been a month, so I'm kind of elevating my expectations, and then it's getting exactly what I used to. It's just now that it's so bad compared to the Dyson Sphere program videos, which are also trending downwards, obviously, since the game is not really, nothing much is going on. So that's really weird. It's because it takes a long time. That's also why now the reason why I'm looking at this and then go like, oh, I should do a masterclass for this, right? Tileable mining outposts. There, that's going to be the name. Just the most recent video. Yeah. YouTube has quite a neat feature when you release a video, it ranks it compared to the last 10 videos. No, compared to the last 9 videos. So it goes like, among the last 10 videos, how is this one ranked at the current moment? So it's like, click on it when it's like 5 minutes or 5 hours old, then it goes like, okay, after 5 hours, your previous 10 videos did how well? How is this one ranking? And which also means that this is a great way to see that this is the best way to see the impact of thumbnails and titles, because why would episode 23 of a Let's Play get significantly more views than episode 22 and 24? The only thing that's different is the thumbnail and the title. So you can really see that sometimes when I just hit a good thumbnail and title, then it gets disproportionately better. And that's very interesting, because that's the only thing that's yeah. Now the reason why I did not push it into your subscription feed is because, okay, so lecture on YouTube. YouTube says when I release a new video, YouTube says, all right, let's see how it performs. So it decides to take a subset of my subscribers and present this video in your recommended feed. And depending on how many of the subscribers actually click on it, YouTube will then go, oh, okay, so I'll just extend it to a few more of the subscribers and a few more, and a few more non-subscribers recommended to, and then so on, until the sort of the click-through rate falls to a point where YouTube says, I don't want to recommend this one. So that means if a lot of the subscribers who get recommended this video have only subscribed to the channel because of Dyson Sphere program, they will not click on a random Factorio video, which means that the rest of the subscribers, for you, for example, that will not ever get to see it in your recommended feed, because it's already been deselected by YouTube because subscribers. That's why doing things off-brand on your YouTube channel is not working very well, because it'll mean that it'll never really reach a lot of people, which is also the reason why subscribe and is better, because then it's more likely that you will get mine recommended. So that's basically how it works. Hey, Thomas Byers, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, and that's why, for example, when I started making, for example, when I made the Demon Souls, they got like 300 views. And then if I have like a Factorio video that gets, I don't know, let's say in the first 24 hours it got 8,000 views, and then a Demon Souls video that got 300 views, then next time I release a video, then YouTube will go like, well, on average they don't really get a lot, because it can't necessarily see the difference between the categories. So it'll just say one of my videos are performing on average pretty bad, so it's going to be less likely to push it. So that's why it's a very bad idea to take your VODs and put on your YouTube channel, because they'll start degrading the quality of your channel because they're not very interesting videos. Love the train loaded sign. Thank you. No, Algoroth, no, it's not. It's not anti-creator. It's quite the contrary. I mean, remember, who is serving who? Ooh. Right, YouTube it's in the best interest of YouTube to make sure that people stay on the platform as long as possible. Watch as much as possible. All right, so if that did not work. Oh, it just removed it. Crap. Maybe it should also have. Wow. Interesting. Oh no. That's so weird. Oh my god, I hate the Blueprint library. I hate it. I hate it so much. It is so bad. I bet I don't even have it in the other one anymore because I dragged it there. Oh my god. This is awful. How could anyone think this is a good implementation? I don't get it. Ah, man. Okay, I still have it up here, but I don't have the blueprints. Yeah, I did. There. There is only one way to store blueprints in Factorio, and that is on Pastebin. Thank you, Voop, for making such a great system that I am forced to use Pastebin to manage my blueprints, because Your implementation is super illogical. Not inconsistent, it is consistent, but it's illogical. Yeah. I'm gonna put it in here again. I don't know where I want to put it there, maybe. No. Here. All right, so back to the whole about the anti-creator. Now, YouTube's objective is to keep people on the platform. So of course it chooses video that keeps people on the platform. Why would YouTube want to push videos that are not successful? It shouldn't. And that of course leads to everyone who is successful or wants to be successful on YouTube does everything they can to optimize for the algorithm. And that's also why YouTube keeps the algorithm sort of hidden, because it's just, I guess I have to do that now. Yeah, so they want to keep it hidden because otherwise people will optimize too much for the algorithm. Actually, I just want this one. And then we need some ore here, size 2. Speed. That's a lot easier. That might not be correct, actually. It might at least be complete. There. System, as you describe it, pinholes created into one genre. Or you just have to make a breakout hit into something else. But it means that you if you have your core audience, you should extend your core audience like organically. You should not go like, this is why, for example, I really want to do videos about sort of the content creation or management or stuff like that. But I really can't, because it's so far away. It's so disjoint from my current audience that it really, and that's also why you see many creators who actually have several YouTube channels. No, Mark, we're doing something that's unrelated to the other stuff we did. So, I have to take this out, I think. Ta-da. Width, does that matter? Not really. There you go. 28. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Boop. Tileable mining station. Let's test it. Ah! Not correct. Start by doing this. Then you do this one. Oh no. Oh no, that's not correct. That's not correct. There's something missing here. That one should not be there. But it should be there. Yes. Boom. 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 Right? That's the intention of it. Oh, good night, Patrick. Thank you for joining. How long did it take for them to nerf the poll function? No, it's not. I don't think it's nerfed. The point is that it's kind of, that's the ironic part of it. YouTube makes the new features super attractive because they want people to use them. Unfortunately, when people don't know that they're attractive, then people still don't use them. So the fact that what Spiffing Brit did was actually doing YouTube a favor by getting people to actually use the new feature. And I'm pretty sure, I would assume that YouTube goes like, finally people are using the shorts, because they implemented shorts to combat TikTok and Instagram and Vine and Tumblr and whatever the various variations of it is called. But it never took off because no one ever used it. And now, because it's raised awareness, people are using it, and YouTube goes like, yes, that's the whole point. Exactly, it's self-nerfing. Exactly, more people use it. The whole reason why it was so attractive was because no one used the community posts. So the few people who used them had a disproportionate exposure because YouTube was populating it for everyone. And there were just so few content creators that used them that they were getting overexposed. Now, it's more fair. So, also keep in mind that a lot of what Spiffing Brit is saying is a bit of an embellishment. It's not exactly as good as it's made out to be. It's made out to be a good story and a good video, and it is. It's not quite as magical as it's made out to be. Let's see. So I like this one. Do we like it? I think it's super awesome. It's something I've really wanted to have for sort of my normal starter base. Except for the name, of course, because that's not really what I wanted. Yeah. I want that to be a mining. Shouldn't have anything else? No, not really. And did say train stop names. Good. Looks good. The stacker has no stops, so that's good. And the fact that this one tiles exactly on there. Oops. What? Still incorrect. That one should not be there. This one should be there, because otherwise this replicates all the way up. Okay. That's the idea. Are you doing dynamic train limits here? Then you can also name the station statically. I am not doing. We spent the first hour not doing that part. That's yeah. So no. The intention is that when you build it, you will change this to iron, copper, whatever you want to call it, EE in my case, and then it'll work. So depending on what you build, this is the only thing you need to actually do. So my question, would anyone use this in their base? Because that's kind of, it's a cool idea, but if everyone goes like, nah, then it's not really interesting. I think I'm gonna make a masterclass of this. Can you explain me what your idea on what you're building? I've just arrived. It's a bit much, right? It's a bit much when we are 2.5 hours in that we just stop everything and just explain the whole thing. This is what we've been doing, right? If I ever find patches that big, that's the point, right? It doesn't have to be that big. It has to be any kind of patch, right? So if you have a patch, I go, okay, I'm gonna need this. So you have your train line coming down here. Well, now Matsunati, pay attention. You might actually just get that one and then go here. Go. Okay. Should have built it a bit further away. Something like, want to clear that one like this. And then you've done all of it and it's done. And if you want to just delete this one, sure. Or if you don't want the other one, then you can also just delete this and go back here. Okay, that's maybe not the greatest, but yeah, actually you can. You just do that one. And then you have it. And yes, you will use more belts than you strictly need, but the whole point is that it's super easy to make, and ease of making expansion or making mining outputs is certainly something that's high priority when you're in an expansion phase. What's the benefit of multiple stations for a medium patch like the one? The speed of building, right? So you take this one, and how long time do you need to take to build it? Well, in this case, done. Move on to the next one. Ooh, Gravitas Mints. Tier 3 sub for 2 months. Welcome back. Thanks for all the DSP and Factorio vids. Thank you so much. Wow, look at that. A tier 3. It's rare that there's a new tier 3 here. What about Roboports? What about him? I don't want Roboports here. I mean, if we want to make it really advanced, but actually, all right. You know what? Let's do a vote. Let's do a vote. 2 options, if there's a moderator who will help me with this. So the 2 options is, it's good, fine, done, move on. The other one is, can you make it with an extra station so that you can just go in with a building train and then robots will build the whole thing? Actually, you can't. Never mind. We're not going to do a vote on that, because you can't do it because you don't know how big and where this one is located. So at best you could build them out here, but that's not going to reach very far, and then you can't build it here because you don't know what's going to be there. So you can't really build it like that. You can build some of it partial, but it's not really going to work. So no, it's done. It's done. Pro, every output looks the same. Con, every output looks the same. Yeah, I think that's weighing heavily on the pro and not the con. Like, I don't really have a particular opinion where I go like, let me build a new and unique and interesting outpost. No, I'd like to have all the outposts to be as boring and as efficient as possible and spend as little time as possible doing it. Yeah. Looks like power isn't connected with the station of miners. Oh, you're right. That's that one. That's the one that I was... You're awesome. Thank you. Kill that. Really good spot. Boop. Nope. Ah, it gets worse, right? No, I have to build it in here, otherwise it forgets that these are here as well. And this is the part, right? There's always like just one more thing, just one more thing, just one more thing. How many miners fill a blue belt? That depends on your mining productivity. Lights? Yeah, I have lights in this. Should I take out lights? That's a good spot, BJTR. I think I'll keep him, yeah. I think I'll keep him. Because that's kind of how I do my minings. Automated rubber duck. Thank you for the 5 months. Love the design. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to do a masterclass on this on Thursday. Alright, so this one is now probably maybe perhaps the right one. So let's kill it from here. Do you want to delete it? Maybe. Depends on if you delete that one as well. No, you didn't. Then that was correct. That was what I wanted. Oh, now it disappeared from there. Tilebo mining out. Ah, okay. There we go. Yeah, 31 miners to fill a blue belt with no productivity. No. No. You need 30 miners to fill a yellow belt with no productivity. Thank you for your hub design. Thank you. The design principles are a huge help for making one myself in my current as Iran. My hub design? Okay. Yeah, I thought it was the DSP thing that I released today, but not since it's space exploration. According to the link, okay. Then that link is lying. Oh, module miners. Okay. Yeah, but you're not moduling miners for just random outposts like this. Good evening together. Well, good evening, my dear German friend. All right, back to this awfulness. I still haven't gotten a DSP hype train. Well, it's a bit late. It has left the station. Maybe it's coming back half empty now. All right, so let's go into this this design here. Let's see. So let's also for my own sake, just let's fly into this one. That's such a corporate expression. It's like one of those. Oh, let's run it up the flagpole, or let's get your ducks in a row. And it's like, all right, let's just do the fly in of this on this topic. Like come on, throw your worst of those corporate analogies at me. Just get them out there. Get them out there. Get them out of your system. Yeah, okay, but you know, like run it up the flagpole means nothing, but it's just something that you say. And if someone goes like, "Where's the flagpole? What are we running up? How is that?" Or get your ducks in a row. It's also like, okay, I know what this means, and it's yes, circle back around. So take this offline and yeah. I had a colleague slash adversary who always said proof is in the pudding. Well, the only change is constant. That's a good one. Yeah, they put a pin in it. Yes. Oh, touch base. Oh yeah, touch base. For me, touch base. Every time someone said it, I'm always thinking that Warhammer 40k, if the bases of the miniatures are touching, they're in close combat, and I fucking hated fighting Tyranids. So the whole idea that we are touching base, that makes you a Gene Stealer. That's ripping my Eldars apart. So no thanks. It's touch base. Like, whoa! I'm gonna call call HR on this one. Using ask as a noun. Don't know what that means. Oh, that's a big ask. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Some of them are just. Yeah, let's touch base. First, second, or third base. I mean, I'm open. Big oof. That's not a. That is definitely more of a gamer thing. That if that has snuck itself into to corporate speak. Quick win. Yeah. Yeah, or win-win is also like, it's a classic. Like the whole idea of a win-win. Like, yeah, that whole win-win involves me working through the weekend. So I'm not sure I'm part of the win or the win. So I'm probably part of the win-win-lose then. Yeah. Terrible mining outpost design. Well, small, and it was for a long time. Do the needful? I never heard of it. Never heard that. All right. I'm gonna fly into this one. I'll give you the lay of the land on this one. Describing every shitstorm as an opportunity. Oh yes. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, there's another one. That it's not a problem. It's a solution waiting to happen. It's a challenge. It's like, no, it's the problem. Just rephrasing it with your marketing shit doesn't turn it into less of a problem. There's what's the matter with calling things a problem? Like, no, it's not a problem. It's a challenge. You overcome challenges. Oh, fuck off. Speaking of win-win, I actually lose situations. Don't you just love friend discounts? Like, it's such a lovely concept that you should take a loss so a friend can buy something off me. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. It's also like a super interesting topic because, okay, so I have a friend studied on the MBA. He owns a hotel on an island, super nice place. And he says, "Hey, come on over." What does that mean, right? When he says you should come on over, does that mean come on over and rent a room in my hotel, or does it mean come on over, visit me? I just happen to live in a hotel, so I have free guest rooms. So there is always like there's right, because you're also like you're visiting a friend and but I think that basically um basically I said it the way like, okay, so if you treat it like a hotel where basically when you leave your room you just leave your room, then you pay for it, right? But if the sort of is like if you sort of make up your room and all of that things, then you're a guest, you're not a resident, right? Yeah, it depends on the person asking. The thing is, it's much easier for me. It's like I'm paying for it because I'm like I wanted that. It's just easier that way. Yeah. So it was just but it is that like it's on the topic of that friend discount. It's pretty much the same idea, right? Oh dear, back to this one. Yeah, it's a advantage of a friend. Yeah, but that's I wouldn't do that. I think it's impolite. There are some things that you just have to sort of deduce, and you might get it wrong, but then you go on the safe side, right? But I would never ask it because I feel that's impolite. And yes, even if it's a friend, you still can be polite to them, right? Yeah, I mean, exactly, Renova. I think that's a good point. That you make all the steps to pay for it, and if you get stopped along the way, it's like, no, I invited you, then oh, all right, I don't mind paying, but thank you, right? That's how it goes, right? Okay, so back to this corporate thing. There's I don't know. There's definitely an English term for it, but in Danish, the term is, oh, that's lovely to see this one coming in. It's like it's interest hours. Like you put in your normal work hours and then you put in interest hours because you're interested in the work you do. And there's of course an expectation that it's not a mandatory overtime because unions and stuff, but it's just your interest hours. That no, you couldn't have, your boss would not, when you go like, all right, I've been just working my ass off for last month. I really could need a break. I really need to see my family this weekend. It's like, yeah, I mean, we all put in the interest hours because it's an interesting job we have, so we all put it in. He would never say, oh, that's unpaid overtime. Of course it is, but you would never say it, because if he said that, he would just, please speak into my dictaphone so I can let my union know that you are forcing me to do unpaid overtime. But it would just be like interest hours. Like, oh, well, it's not that interesting. Yeah, unpaid overtime is just being blunt about it. That's like, well, I expect you to work and I'm not expected to pay for it. That's putting it straight to your face. But it's the subtle thing. I had a boss who was not my boss at the time, but he used to be. But he said like he really respected this. He was from Holland, so, or the Netherlands, and he said, "Oh, I respect the Danish way of working. It's totally fine, and I understand that you want to go home to your family. So it's totally fine for me that you leave by 5 and you go home to your family and you just log in when the sort of at 8 o'clock again. It's totally fine. I respect this work-life relationship." Like, so your idea of work-life balance is, oh, work-life balance is another shitty term, by the way, is leaving work at 5 to dial back in at 8 o'clock. That's you understanding the Danish work culture? Please fuck off. Vaporio Pompano is YouTube, and this is my main thing. Renting while having Factorio not doing anything in the background is my main thing. All right, should we try doing this? I love just hearing all this crap. Just it's fun. Compared to American, that's very understanding. I know, but that's why it was, the context was Danish work culture. Love it when you're renting. Oh, that's good. You were the one starting it, wasn't it? No, you just took a nice little detour here. I had an idea for a circuit of double stations. Huh? Yeah, Mark, we sorry, but that was 3 hours ago. I'm not gonna go back and do it. We did something that was super advanced and it worked, but it was way too advanced, and it's just, so if I have to explain it, then it basically, we could get 99% of the functionality with 10% of the feature. So we tried for the full, and then went like, yep, it can be done. It's too complicated that no one will ever be able to debug it and dial it back to something that's usable. Yeah. Well, sorry. Sometimes you can't just go in for a come in 2 hours late and not miss anything. You need to take some creative timeouts where you just have fun with colleagues just breaking construction. Yeah, thank you, Sin of Life. I agree. 80-20. Yeah. The thing is, like, so maybe this is just me, but the 80-20 rule, I really like it, but it's still very much a corporate thing that's being thrown around. What happened to my hair? Bob Ross happened to my hair. It's being somewhat kept in line by the headphones, which also happen to have sound in it, but mainly it's just keeping my hair from just taking up the majority. What is the 80-20 rule? It's the Pareto law. It's basically saying that usually you get 20% of the you get 80% of your output from 20% of the input. It can go to basically anything, but it's just it's just a rule of thumb that basically you in your work, probably 80% of the value you generate comes from 20% of the work. And you can also look at a department, and probably the 80% of the value from that department comes from 20% of the people. It's basically like having that there is a disproportionality between inputs and outputs. That's just emphasized as an 80-20 rule. And it's not scientific it is based on some tests that sort of showed in this area, but when people just throw it around, then it's basically just more of a sort of to emphasize the disproportionality. Yeah, it's also like when you build code, you can build 80% of the features in 20% of the time, but then the last 20% of the features take 80% of the time. It's basically diminishing returns. Yeah. All right. I want to get a bit back to this one and try to mentally figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do for this. We did have that it the quantities were not correct, but it honestly works right now, and that's the best part about it. 20% of the workday. Did most of the regular greens research and decided I need to shoot those quantum chips into space, making my first shipment of the sphere. Woohoo! Nice. Well done, Totem Hugger David. Yeah. 80% of the features take 80% of the time. The last 20% take 80% of the time, and then the last 1% takes 99% of the time. Yeah. And then the next 25 years, you're going to still root out bugs in the code. Yeah. What is it actually? Okay, what is it actually I want? What is the problem with this? We tested that this one kind of works. We need to go up to full scale and see how it performs if I have multiple locations. So I just don't really know how I want to do this in a reasonable way. It's going to be so big. No, I don't use Factory Planner. I don't. Yeah, so honestly, I had a lot of fun designing these other things, and now I can just see the fun seeping out as I go back to this awfulness. This is not really... It's not really tickling my fancy, this one. That's also just inappropriate term. So, okay, let me just take a break and then we'll come back and try to figure out this one. So right now my main part is that we're working on a test setup, and the idea of building a test setup that can handle what exactly? I don't know. 5 of these trains? No. Yeah, 5 of these trains parallel. That means more of these. This has to scale up. This, we have to have a loading location that can just infinitely load many trains at once, and the unloading location just to test the throughput of this. It just doesn't seem particularly worthwhile. Yeah, I'm gonna take a short break. Then we'll figure out what the hell we're gonna do with this. Because taking it back into the other base is just, it's premature to take it into the other base, I think. Yeah. All right, let's take a short break, and then see if I get some kind of epiphany in the next 2 minutes. See you guys in 2. All right, I am much more comfortable ranting about corporate stuff than making this design actually work. So one thing I was just thinking about was something managers and especially directors love doing, and I gotta say I love doing it myself. It's so fun, but everyone hates it, and for good reason. Reorganization. That's just like, you know that you get a new director for your business unit, and you just know that you can go like 3, 2, 1. Oh, I have analyzed the current operating procedures, and we need a new organization to better match the capabilities of the organization towards the needs of the market. Like, ah, oh, fucking hell! Now everyone gets a new manager. I had one that I was reassigned as a manager for someone who'd been in the company at that time 28 years, and I was like, all right, so yeah, young manager here. All right, let's good night, Michael. Let's so sitting down and doing the yearly appraisal, and he was like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. Like, I mean, your new manager. Last year I had a new manager. Year before I had a new manager. I've had a new manager for the last many years. They all say the same, and I'm sure you mean well, but in a year's time I'll have another manager. It's like, no. Year later he had a new manager. And it sucks. It sucks. Because who's getting happy from it? It's a way for sort of to move around the pawns on the chessboard. But at the end of the day, it's not really cool being a pawn and just being shuffled around. Yeah, it's away from, yeah. So the thing is, like, there is a lot of theory and there's a lot of cool things, and you can definitely see the problems of the organization. But the best thing in terms of organizational theory is that all organizations are wrong. The best organization is no organization, but of course it doesn't work. So you have to choose what you organize towards solving and what you are then organizing towards failing, because the stuff that you're organizing towards failing is something you're going to have to solve in another way. And I think that was really wise words, because you can go like, okay, I want all of my SAP specialists together because they can share knowledge and they can really be better. Sure. But they're now working for 7 different business units. That means they don't have that interaction with the business. They have their interaction with the SAP team or whatever, ERP team. So they lose the business focus. So you've now organized yourself into not having a business focus, but having specialists who just wallow in their own sort of perfectionism. All right, then let's organize towards the business. All right, cool. Well, what have you just done? You've just made sure that you replicate the functions in every single group, because everyone needs an ERP specialist, everyone needs a Salesforce specialist, everyone needs, and they don't talk together because they're in different business units. So either way, no matter how you organize, you're going to build in some weaknesses. I still have no idea how I'm going to do this one. In an IT development, we every autumn have the game Winter's Coming and waiting who gets fired. Oh, because of regular clearing the corporate. Oh, that sucks. Restructuring the company to maximize profits. Yep. And one man at the oars while the management sits at the table debating removal of the last ornament. Oh, yeah. Boreal, I've been in meetings like that. I've seriously been in meetings, and this is now coming back to why I quit my job. I've seriously sat in a meeting where there was like 2 directors, 2 senior managers, 2 project managers, a program manager discussing what one guy should be doing. And then my boss, one of the directors, said to me, I said, "You haven't said anything." I was like, well, there's 7 managers here discussing what one specialist should be doing. If 6 of you were specialists, we wouldn't have this problem. I got a bit of a conversation with my boss afterwards. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. All right, so yeah, so the good thing was I wasn't invited to so many meetings afterwards. Bad news is, the good news is I'm now a full-time content creator. All right, what the hell are we gonna do about this stupid thing? Yeah, well, there wasn't that many of those, right? It's you don't get fired for one comment like that. You get fired for just having that attitude towards everything. Yeah. I've had sort of my specialist coming to me and says, "Please save me, please save us." Like, what? We're sitting in this meeting for this urgent issue, and the project manager wants a status every 15 minutes. So an open conference call with developers who are supposed to report status every 15 minutes. So what's the status now? Well, the status is that I spent the last 14 minutes or 12 minutes trying to get back into the rhythm of what I was doing, and then just preparing what I was going to say now, and then I'm saying it now, and now I'll spend another 12 minutes trying to figure out where I left off. How exactly is supposed to be worked on? Well, the meetings will continue until productivity improves. I kind of feel we're on the wrong track with this. I think I've overcomplicated things. In my quest to be UPS optimized, I have killed my will to live. I think we'll go back to the other one. Yeah. I mean, yeah, too many cooks. Yeah. Let's spread this just a bit further out and then start something else. How is this? How is this not getting built? Oh, it is. They're just really lazy. Ah, okay. Not the last one. Oh. I learned the term micromanagers a few days. I couldn't imagine that being a real thing. What? Maybe it's an idea to first get stuff working and then optimize parts once we start hitting limits. Yeah, that's also kind of what I'm feeling, right? I'm kind of feeling it, but it's just it is really difficult to figure out how I want to do it. All right, okay. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna take out the red one. I'm gonna build the blue one instead at that location. Then we're gonna figure out what we want to bring in, how we want to bring it in on trains, because I think I did the blue one. No, that's also like a temporary thing that's already been implemented. I think that's I know sort of logically that is the right thing, Mark. And then just go like, fuck it. If we run out of updates, then we run out of updates. But I've just become completely paralyzed. Didn't I have the blue one somewhere? Here. All right. Did we decide on this one? I think we did. Yeah, it's slightly net positive. It's actually a bit more than slightly. There's a lot of things in. So pipes, steel, and gears are going in here. And yep. This one's going to be drawing unevenly. Clip. Per hour, and I need 48 of that. That is just not even close. Oh yeah, that's because we need 2 of these trains. Ugh. Damn, I need many more trains. Good night, Random Max. So one of these isn't even gonna cut it. Yeah. Alright, let's grab this one. first. And then go over here for this one. This is the red one that's already been implemented, so no point in saving it anymore. Probably didn't need to kill all of this, but I probably need to kill all of this. Alright, so now we can start. Yeah, I know it's full, but now we need to start building the other one. Here, I think. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 16. And that's 24. That's going to be the middle. That means the other side will actually now turn around. I'll just build it. Somewhere here. And can I can't glib it. No, I can't. I have to do it in a different way. Let's see. This one is this was just a template. I built the whole red science, this one. I built it down here, and when I was happy with it, where I was inside my logistics network, then I just copy pasted it up here. That's what I'm going to do again for the blue, because building it out here on site is not really practical. Are we not in logistics network? Nope, we're not. Well, now we are. Whew. Hey, Boxplot, good evening. Is DSP just bigger and prettier than Factorio? No, it's not. It is certainly smaller, but it is prettier. It is way, way smaller in terms of complexity. And that's the only measure that actually has any bearing. No. Did I just... Yep, that's not really good. I can't believe I have to redo all of this crap. Alright, well, that's what you get for not paying attention the first time around. So let's kill all of these inside. There you go. Hello, Luke. What challenges are we facing? Corporate life seems to be the biggest one we're facing, but at least we can laugh at it. So that's a thing. But we've done a pretty cool design today. Nothing related to the space, but still pretty cool. I want to do that one. Here, this one. Here. Oh, how? Okay. Is that the right place? I don't think so. There. That's the right place. Did you figure out? Nope. I've abandoned it. I did not like it. I did something else that was completely unrelated to the base, but it was super cool. It's up here, basically making a robust and quick way to do expansion. It takes basically like less than 10 seconds to tap a new resource layout. Of course, not the build, but the actual layout. Super nice, and I had a lot of fun with it. And as soon as I went back to the red science, my enthusiasm for the game just tanked. So yeah. Megabase, do you have any plans for a bit of Total War Warhammer 2 streaming to warm up for Warhammer 3 when it gets closer? I don't think so, but I'll definitely be playing some Warhammer 3. I just don't think that warm-up streams are particularly good in that case. I know that Warhammer 3 is going to be a very niche game for the channel, so it's something I'm going to do for the hell of it because I think it's fun, but truthfully, I think if anyone wants to watch like someone good, then you watch Turin, or I don't know. I watch Turin if I want to watch some quality Warhammer. So it's not gonna be. It's more of a. It's gonna be more of a casual experience. It's not gonna be going hard on it. In terms like DSP, where it was like, this is core for the audience, core for me. This is where I can really show my strength. I can't do that for Warhammer 3. So warming up with it is, I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. If I run out of things to play, then maybe. But I want to do it, and I wanted to. I was thinking, I was 100% thinking like a few weekend morning streams maybe. Well, excuse me, just a few weekend morning streams. Did you find a slot in my calendar where there wasn't busy with everything? The true reason why I didn't get a haircut is not because there's a lockdown. It's because I'm fucking staring at the computer from the second I wake up to the second I go to bed. Yeah, so no, just a couple of morning streams. Nah, sorry, that's. Yes, boss. Well, I figured that I looked in your calendar. You're all free during the weekend. I just scheduled some meeting for you Saturday morning. Thanks, boss. Ah. Yeah, they're friendship hours. No hype trains. Yeah. Nah, just give you a hard time, Kevin Beast. I don't like morning streams for the very so morning streams will be an alternative to doing YouTube content, and I just did not see any real progression content wise by doing morning streams. I was not growing my community. I was not reaching different audience. I was reading just a partial audience. And a lot of people were just, oh man, I really wanted to watch you do this. So it would be an option. For example, like I'd want to play more God of War, but right now I'm kind of busy. But I could do it in the morning, but then I couldn't do my Dyson Sphere program. Top belt is fixed. I think this is the layout. Let's see, 50-50 if it's correct. Ooh, it's correct. Nice. Maybe skip sleeping. I kind of already am, so Not sleeping enough, at least. I don't think this is the right way to do things, but I think it actually, just for whatever reason, seemed to work. This can't be right. There's no way this is going to be correct. Of course not. Okay. I was being naive. This is the one that's in the middle. There. Good. Yeah, drunk Factorio? No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, so for example, here on Friday, was it? I think it was Friday. I had a couple of beers for dinner, nothing out of the ordinary, and a couple of beers for the stream, and then I streamed 1 hour longer than I used to. I was wasted. Like the combination of dehydration, a few too many beers. Yes, I'm a lightweight, and extra hour of streaming. I was just absolutely exhausted afterwards. Remember, I'm not 25, so yeah, it's if I do 4 hour streams and I take my breaks and I remember to get something to drink during my breaks, then it's okay. Then it's not wearing me down. But
welcome home.
Yeah. Also, I don't think like the idea of a drunk stream. I think it sends the wrong signal. This community should be open to everyone. Hey, brother. Thank you for the 9 months. Not being something where, yeah, I guess that most people don't come here to watch some drunk middle-aged guy slur while. There's also the other part is like when you get drunk, you're going to be less careful about what you say, and that's not a good thing for in a cancel culture. So probably also good to just keep your wits about you. So when can I expect my first child support check? Well, isn't it the other way around? When can I expect the first? Oh, I've already had 9 child support checks here. All right, so far so good. This is going to get something. Falling asleep midstream is a thing that can happen. I don't know if I'll... I don't know. I don't think there's any... I don't know. I don't think there's in the terms of service that there's anything wrong with falling asleep. There's something about being like visibly drunk. So, top undergrounds on the left side are going the wrong direction. They are indeed. No. On the left side. That side. Yes. No, that's not going to work if I... what about these? We think it works. You define middle-aged. That's when you expect that you've turned... you don't expect to be twice as old as you are right now. There must be somewhere around the middle, right? Don't do drinking on the job. Streaming is no exception, I reckon. Total market, David. It's. I don't think it's the same thing, but I do agree that it's the same thing. Until not long ago, you could get a beer in the office cantina in lots of places in Denmark. That's not long ago. That was not in Spain. When I worked in Spain, it was very common to get more than a single glass of wine during the long lunch, and that's still, you're still at work. You're at work before and after. So I don't think it's that simple, but definitely don't be drunk at work, and don't operate heavy machinery. And I would say, yeah, just don't drink and work. Obviously, it makes sense, but there's also a there is a, I don't know how to say it, because I don't want to say what I want to say. Is it different to be a streamer? Kind of. It's entertainment. I mean, watch a TV show and they can also just have drinks as well, right? But definitely you have to drink responsibly, as always. And you have to drink even more responsibly because you don't know the age of your audience. And it has to be open to everyone, and it has to be open to people who, for whatever reason, don't want to be exposed to excessive drinking, for very good reasons, or very bad reasons. Hi. So what is it we need now? Now we have the exact number we need, or we want here. Unfortunately, this is not. This is just half of what we need. Didn't I put this in a box already? I think I did. I didn't. I should have. Like right here. Or maybe it was near the one that I took out. Oh, near here. That one. Haha. I'm going to put it here again. Yeah, so now we know exactly how much we want to get. This one we didn't break down. This is per second, 139 per second. Yeah, but this was not 139. It wasn't even close. It's about half. All right, so now my issue is this number is too high. This number is too high both for that one and the other one. So what should I build? Should I build these according to what I need so that this one will be starved and this one will be starved? No, I have to actually be able to saturate it, because otherwise I have to be oversaturating it actually, because otherwise the belts will never get to the middle. We know that. I have to oversaturate this one. So these numbers are actually more important. Matku, we do not talk about Industrial Revolution here. It is a piece of shit and it can go fuck itself. So that was my really nice way of formulating it in the most diplomatic manner that I could. Oh no, that comes from the heart. That was with the filter. You should have heard it without the filter. Let's see. So we need 40 of these. Okay, so let's start just building some gears and stuff. Always start like this. And this is definitely not what I want this recipe to be. There. So we just need 2 of these. Okay. Let's try it without the productivity and see how many. This one has to get to 81.6 per second. So I'd like to get this one above 20. Above 20. We'll do that. 22, that's half a belt. That's actually okay if I can do half a belt. That's 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think. And then we need, so this one is, this one can fill up half a belt. But that half a belt has to go out here and get put into this one. Actually, that could probably hopefully be done in the middle and go out. That would be a lot less belts. Is there any way I could get this one? Like this one? And then if I could make it like that. Ooh, that would be very enticing. Right? Yeah, but it doesn't work. Ugh, that's the same as last time. It doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is because it's fine on this side, but how am I going to get it on the other side? I can't sneak it through here and then get it in there. Not easily. Not. Maybe I could. There's a really open line here. But not really. No. It has to. Damn it. Alright. So this one should be producing 22.5, so that cannot be on the same side. It has to be putting out on 2 sides, and this one has to be put on 2 sides. I think I'll put this on up here, because I want it out on this belt. So we need to consume half a belt here. Let's do the output first, because output is more difficult. I don't think this works. The reason why is because this one will try to fill up on one side, and then this one is supposed to sort of just balance out the rest. In order for it to balance out the rest, then it has to actually use a there. That will work, I think. The other one will not. Gear assemblies in the middle, pipes in the side. No, that doesn't make a sense because the pipes have to go on 1 full belt and these have to go on 1 half belt. So Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Here, that can consume one. Oh, this one has to be somehow mirrored. Otherwise they don't consume evenly. Maybe not, they won't anyway, but consume, and seems a bit weird, but okay. That's one full belt goes in here, gets split. Actually, if I do this, it's going to be even better. Because then it's guaranteeing to split evenly between the two. And it goes out on the belt that is the closest. This is good. Great, Riyadh. Thank you for joining. And again, I'm probably using strictly too many inserters and stuff, but it is what it is. Flip. They can be moved around. They're not a big deal. And this one. Rates. They need two. Okay, so 2 full belts. Okay, 22. So I need a full belt in here, and I need a full belt in here. And this one just needs to go that way. Nope. It has to only be on one side. How do we do that? Like this, I guess? This is not really all. This is not working. This is generally not a good way to make it work. The thing is, no matter what, they just happen to just always wait for each other because they're idiots. Here. All right, so the point is, if you want something to be on one belt, then this should work, but it doesn't actually work. It's much better to do that's just much more likely to work because they can output and they have a bit of a queue, so they can output when they want, and then there's this kind of this queue here to wait for it. While this one, as soon as there is a gap anywhere, you have to rely on these two being in a ready state. And they should be, but they should be, right? The next thing is we can also get something in here. And that's going to get the steel in here. That's going to be steel. That's going to be iron. So. So I think this works. We have 4 belts in with iron and 1 belt in with steel. No, 2 belts in with steel, I guess. No, actually 1 belt in with steel. Let's take this one. And now it has to be balanced right there. Let's indicate what I want, because next time there's no way I can remember this. There. So now I know what's going in here. Hello, Parinder. This is so bad. I hate this part. I just feel bad about it. Because what is the first thing I do when this gun goes all the way out? Well, I'm going to delete it. That's what the first thing I do. So I have... why do I have so many inputs? Oh yeah, it's these output here. I'm gonna make this. I can't jump over all of it, so actually I want these to be jumping. And all the way up. Which one is this? This is gears and iron. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. Whoops. And there. All right, so that's basically that. And then you can say, seriously, you bring it all the way out there in order to go back. I kind of feel I have to. Oh, don't worry, it's Ted Striker. It was added very shortly. How's the project going? Back to the Prime World. I hope the train interlock thing was helpful to explain the concept. Train interlock? No, I don't think I did it. I did something else, completed something else today, and I'm super proud of it because I think it's really, really cool. Actually, I'm going to display it instead of... yeah, I'm going to show you. For you, Jeff, and for anyone else who has joined late. I hope this is the one. Oh, it's not the one. I'm going to delete it and just hope that I have it somewhere else. I wonder if I did that correctly. We'll see. Okay, so we have in a random world, and we need to make an outpost quickly-ish. So you do go. Actually, you can do here. Let's make an outpost there. Oops. Then build that one, that one, that one. And then we have built the outpost. Okay, the lower one we didn't need. That's okay. It's easy to remove this. And just stamp it down again. Ta-da! Did not take long time to do it, right? And it works well up to 4. With 5 it gets into theoretical problems. With 6 it could get into real problems. Maybe if you had to I do understand what you're saying, but I think the answer is actually kind of the other way around. I think that I agree that in order to prevent this problem, either you need experience or you build it the other way around. Like, so you would basically build it from here first and then go, where do I want it? Build it. This is so much easier, right? Go here. And then build the stacker up afterwards. I think that's how you do it. Relatively easy way for the combinator at the double stack train station. Yeah, I did it a bit when I was fresh starting the stream, and we got a solution and it works okay. It works. There were just a bit too many variables and combinators, which is something you can always just tune afterwards, maybe, kind of, if you're a better programmer than me. Doesn't say much. It's a very low bar to set, but I found out that we could get pretty much all the functionality. The reason why, so the way I've done this here is I'm using the same principle here as I am for these locations. Basically saying there's a max of 3 at each of these, and it'll take however many it can, but up to maximum of 3, which means that it can be 3, 6, 9, and there will be, at any given time, if there's 9 here, there's going to be room for 1, 2, 3, and then 8 here. So that's 11, so that's good. 4, I'll have 3, 6, 9, 12, and I'll have room for 4 plus 8. So for 4 it works perfectly. For 5 then I'll have 15 here, but only have 5 plus 8, that's 13. So theoretically, if it has 5, it's also going to be absolutely massive. And if it is so massive that you really need that, then you're also going to get trains coming in super fast and have probably a long driving distance. So I think this is pretty good. Oh, all right. Well, Mark, now you are piquing my interest. I'm just going to destroy this. And then I'm going to go find it. And then I'm going to go like, damn, that's really clever. Where did you put it? In Factorio or in... Or in Blueprints? Oh, there. Boop. Text files. Text files. Seriously? Please let it be ASCII porn. Please. Oh, so disappointed. Alright, so we're gonna figure out what the hell we're looking at. This one was supposed to be deleted. Let's go back so we actually get it powered. Yeah, Pastebin doesn't like, unless you have an account, then it doesn't like those just random text, because there were some issues with something. Oh, wow, this is the first time we've seen the actual running out of power. Good. There's something down here that wants to be picked up. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've never had an issue with that. And I have quite a few, like all my masterclass. All right, so let's see what it is we're getting here. Oh, for that one. Oh, okay. Oh, right now I get what it is. Yeah. Okay. So it wasn't for the same thing. It's for something else. Okay. C times -1 becomes L, and C is the count. Yeah. That is very simple. That is very simple. All right, so basically it says how many... The train limit will either be 1 or 0, never more than that. So that's an important information to know, that the train limit can be 1 or 0, that's it. Basically it says if there is one train parked, that's C equal to 1, then it just goes in here and becomes a -L. So one parked train becomes -1L for the other one, which means that it can never be a positive number. Look at me. Look at my blueprint. All right, I'll also look at yours. Okay, show me yours. Is that also here? Well, let's see. That's so nice. I just looked at the text file. It's like gigantic text file. Like, oh. All right, let's check it. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna say we're putting a hell of an effort into this. I am this one. I have to be more careful here. And let's go grab it again. Oh yeah, I was like, wait for it to get in here. All right, so let's see. We just switched the trains to auto, and then it should get a test. And let me go over here. By the way, it's beautiful, Jeff. It also tells me that you felt I really needed some help. And thank you for that. Yeah, so this one's just throwing it away. All right, so what is it? What is it actually doing? Plastic? Copper? Yeah, okay, so this is the signifying the plastic part, and this is signifying the copper part. Alright. And see, look at this. He didn't even dare do this. Why did he not dare do that? Because he would be like, he'll probably get confused by having that combinator there. So I'd rather write it out in plain text so he knows it's not an input parameter. Throwing away inserters and yeah, absolutely. Of course, strip it down to the part that I was asking about, like the logic, the circuit logic. All right, so this one can, let me see if I can figure out what it does. I'd like to be able P. Train limit and train count is P. So this one outputs the train count as P. And that is the plastic. So when there's a plastic train, it P's on this one. When P is equal to 0, do something. So it's not doing anything. Let's get a bit closer so I can see if it's on. Oh, it's only on the output side. All right, so this one is active when there is no plastic train. When there's no plastic train, this one is active. That means it passes on the input. Okay, what is the input? The input where's that copper number coming from? Copper is less than 400. Oh, okay. But that's monitoring from oh, there it is. That's the input. Okay. I was just like, wait, I was reading the train. It's reading the boxes. All right, so it's reading the boxes. And I'm doing it slowly because it's midnight. I'm not so bright. I want other non-programmers to be able to keep up. So we do get this one. If there is no plastic train available, then this one will pass on the information. The information here is if there is less than a threshold of copper, then it will set the limit to 1. But it will only set the limit of the copper train to 1. It'll only pass through this gate if there's no plastic train. So basically when the plastic train goes in, it basically cuts the connection between this L and in, and likewise between this plastic and in. It's being cut if there is a train here. So you could basically, so see if I understand this correct. I'm looking at this as a switch. That if the train comes in here, if the train is here, then it switches the connection between that one and that one. If there's a train on the plastic train here, it switches the connection between any potential copper demand and that one. I think that makes sense. It's really cleverly done. If you want to be fancy, you call it a transistor. If you want to be really fancy, woo, yeah, okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Obviously, this is why you surround yourself with people more smarter than yourself. There is a theoretical chance that 2 trains would plan to come in at the same time, right? Is there? I mean, we're talking about the same tick. Or maybe is there a tick delay in this? There is a tick delay, but oh, hold on. Train count. Include the stop going to this station. So it actually, as soon as it's allocated, It's not about the train stopping at the station, it's the train allocated to the station. Actually, I don't think it could happen. Because there will always be a sequence of things being calculated, right? It's never going to calculate everything at once. It'll still iterate through the trains, and then whichever iterates faster will be first. Yeah. Oh, it's like it. Sorry, Jeff. After the last stream, I didn't really feel like spending too much time, and also aside from this, I didn't have any time to really look at this. With the kids being here, then I have a lot fewer work hours available to me, so I got to be more strict on exactly what I do, and therefore I didn't have to like. First of all, I knew you had done something, but I didn't know that it was so comprehensive. So yeah, but it's really nice. It would be a shame if we didn't if we didn't take a look at it. So thank you, big thank you. Now I'm just like, I just don't know if I'm gonna do it, because every time I look at this, I just feel my interest in the game just vanishes. It's not actually this one. This is pretty cool, but it's the part about building this up and then building 6 stations that can unload at scale, and then the train spaghettiing to get there and go back again, and all of them being there, and then this one has to be scaled up to 12 of each trains, and this one has to go up, and so I can unload 6 trains at once, and it's just to do a full scale test. And that's every time I just start that train of thought, I go like, I don't want to do it. So I had a super good time doing the other design today, because that was something where I could really feel like we were going there. It was something new and exciting. This one feels just like, moving there, no, bit bigger. Moving this one, no, I have to go all around, no, okay, so it needs to go, no, it has to cross, okay, signal. It's just right. That's yeah. So this thing here is really the bane of my interest in playing the game right now. That's why we went back to the other one and did something else. And then maybe we'll work our way towards this, or maybe we'll find some other solution at that point. So, but I am super proud of the design we did today on the mining operation, and I'm going to make a masterclass of it, because I think it is masterclass worthy. I'm going to try to find the person on Reddit who inspired the idea, because yeah, it's something I saw someone did, and then we recreated the concept of it with the way we did it. I remember I saw it like with this block of like a block of circuits to control various things, and that's not the kind of thing I want. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining. It's been super awesome. Really appreciate you joining, and thank you very much for all of the support. I'll be back tomorrow with some Dyson Sphere program, also on YouTube, of course. Today there was a summary episode for this series, with focusing on the train science, direct train science. If anyone sort of wants a summary of that. And yeah, you know, the usual Factorio, Dyson Sphere program. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I hope. And thanks everyone for joining. Good night everyone, take care. And as always, stay effective.